Good morning. It is 6:07. Welcome to Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am Bob Marrone on Radio Westchester. We are the radio station at the train station. It's 37 degrees under cloudy skies. It's going to be cloudy most of the day. Chris Conway will be back with you with the weather in just a few minutes. Let's take a look at our top stories today. Gunfire sparks a wild police chase in Yonkers. The county executive proposes term limits for his office. He announced that yesterday right on this program. Westchester considers a 52% pay raise for lawmakers and 26% for department heads. That ought to make news. And of course, here in New Rochelle, no meeting yet for the embattled football coach. Couldn't get that out. Football coach and the union head is making noise in a program to relocate hundreds of New York City homeless families to Yonkers and Mount Vernon is upsetting people in the area. Those stories and more. Big show for you today. We've got Mike Edelman coming up. Mike Duffy will be with us this morning. Del Husler from Yonkers Insider, and A.J. Woodson, just to name a few. Right now, let's go to the weather with Chris Conway. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Bob. Right now, it is 39 degrees along the South Shore. Today, it'll get up to about 48 with most cloudy skies. Tonight, as well, mostly cloudy. Temperatures will be 36. Tomorrow, 45 degrees and cloudy. Thursday, the nice day of the week, 50 degrees, mostly sunny skies. Weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. It's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. I'm Chris Conway for Radio Westchester.
Let's get to those news stories. Thank you, Chris, and we are rolling with the news. If I can get the music levels right. Alrighty, gunfire sparked a wild police chase in Yonkers that ended with a crash and a man in custody. Police say one Tony Orlando Saiz, 22, was involved in some sort of a dispute outside the Eclipse Bar on Riverdale Avenue. This happened 4 o'clock last night. As an officer approached Saiz, police say he fired 2 shots hitting the front door area. Saiz then hopped into a passenger seat of a pickup truck and took off, leading officers on a chase through the city. Then he crashed on South Broadway. He's been charged with attempted assault and criminal possession of a weapon. That we thank News 12 for this morning. Also out of News 12, Lohud, and just about everyone else that covers the news here in our area, Chris, and it was broken, this story, on our air yesterday morning. The Westchester County Executive wants to reduce his existing 3-term limit. Executive George Latimer says he submitted a proposal to the county board to reduce his and future county executives' term limits. Latimer says reducing the 3 4-year term limit down to 2 4-year terms would help better serve the community. The 12-year limit was passed in 2011 and also applies to county legislators who can serve 6 2-year terms. This bill does not affect the legislators. During a press conference Monday morning, Latimer said the Board of Legislators better represents the diverse population in Westchester County. He also says he talked to many of the legislators about his proposals already. Essentially what that means is that is going to be a slam dunk when it gets passed. Perhaps not so for raises. And this out of Lohud this morning. Lawmakers are considering giving themselves a 52% raise, part of a wide-ranging salary increase planned in the 2020 budget. Lawmakers' base pay would be boosted from $49,000 to $75,000, and county department heads and commissioners would see their pay increase 26% from their current level under proposed salary changes. Department heads and top aides in Westchester County would see their $155,000 salaries jump to $195,000. They would also receive retroactive raises for this year that would bring their 2019 earnings to $175,000. Other increases include boosting Deputy County Executive Ken Jenkins' salary from $157,000 to $197,000, and a raise for the Health Commissioner, Sharita Amler, that would bring her $172,000 up to $230,000. Latimer wouldn't get an increase to his $160,000 a year proposal. I'll have something to say about that in a little while. Now, lawmakers, and we did not realize this until we saw this story today. We didn't ask the county executive this yesterday, Chris. Lawmakers have received a pay increase, or rather have not, since 2005. Non-union employees haven't seen raises since 2007, while subordinates and labor unions have seen contractual increases over that same period. Now, Ben Boykin, chairman of the county legislature, said the legislative pay increase would bring pay in county government more in line with Suffolk and Nassau. He said the decision was made to consider all the raises at once before the year end. If I don't get any calls on this story, I'd be shocked. That's a lot of money. And what I find interesting, and quite frankly, it has nothing to do with our relationship with the county executive. In fact, it probably manifests a criticism to him wanting not to take more money for the political sake of it. He should make more than all these other people. He's the one tramping around town. He's the one making the decisions. He's the one taking the heat for good and or ill. All right, this story has been making news regionally, even in some national circles. The central administration of New Rochelle School District still has not made or met with suspended football coach Lou DiRienzo as of Monday evening, saying only that an investigation continues. This in Low HUD today. We spoke yesterday with the union leader and one of the and the head of the NAACP, who are strongly supporting the coach. The union leader representing district teachers and other employees continues to push for a meeting, but there is no indication whether the district's probe will be concluded in time for DiRienzo to coach Saturday's state semifinals playoff game, and we shall see where that heads. Again, one of the things that needs to be kept wide open here is we do not know, and this is in the face of all the other comments, we don't know what the proof is. We don't know what video cameras will show. We don't know exactly what rule the coach allegedly broke that resulted in his temporary, we think, reassignment. Hundreds of homeless families from New York City are being relocated to cities in the Hudson Valley. This in News 12 this morning. Now, the program, which will help relocate homeless residents to other states and cities by paying a full year's worth of rent, will send more than 100 homeless families to Mount Vernon. And Mayor Andre Wallace said, we quote, once that subsidy runs out, we are dealing with housing them, we are dealing with feeding them, we are dealing with educating the children, says the acting mayor, Andre Wallace. Wallace sat down with Mayor-elect Sean Patterson Howard to discuss the issue and many others as they prepare for a transition to power. We will be talking with Sean Patterson Howard this week about this and other issues. It seems unfortunate that New York City, with all of its wealth and all of its money and all of its base, and despite the number of people, feels the need to relocate their problems to other places. And from a standpoint of editorially, we couldn't support the mayor or the mayor-elect more. All righty, it is, where's my clock? It is 6:16. We already got a call, and we will get to that call in a little bit. But first, we want to finish the news, and we throw it over to Chris. Chris, good morning. What do you got for us?
Good morning, Bob.
Whoops, I should turn you on. Getting used to this. Go ahead. Good morning, Chris. Do I turn you on? I just did. I turned Chris on.
Moving to the news.
It's early. Go ahead.
Chappaqa's Evelyn Farks, former defense official, will join the race.
Farks or Farkas?
Farkas.
Yeah, I work with a person named Farkas. That's why I said that. Go ahead.
Former defense official will join the race for Nita Lowey's House seat. Chappaqua resident Evelyn Farkas, a former deputy assistant secretary of defense under President Obama, who is claimed to be among the first to sound the alarm on Russian interference in the 2016 election, is launching her campaign to succeed longtime Representative Nita Lowey, that is in New York's 17th district. She tells Lohud, I have served my nation for quite some time, and when I served as Obama's deputy assistant secretary of defense,
I was stale, folks. Go ahead.
I was responsible.
We're warming them up.
our policy toward Russia, Ukraine, and 12 Eastern European countries. I was one of the first people to ring the alarm about Russia's intervention in our election, Farkas 51 told Lohud. And really, from that moment on, I've been fighting to protect our democracy and fighting again this president through erosion of rule of law in our country. Farkas said she'd be able from day one to bring home results for the district.
It is 6:17. Continue.
Thank you, Bob. Judge to issue pivotal ruling in East Ramapo voting rights case. This from Lohud as well. A federal judge is poised to rule on a voting rights case that could have wide-ranging implications for an East Ramapo Central School District divided between Orthodox Jews who control the school board, I should say, and minorities who send their children to public schools in overwhelming numbers. On Tuesday, U.S. District Court Judge Kathy Siebel will decide whether to dismiss a charge by the Spring Valley branch of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People to the school's district at-large voting system for electing school board members. The system allows every registered voter in a sprawling district of 113,000 voters to vote for candidates for all open seats on the 9-member board. And finally, we take a look inside Peekskill's new Bantam Tools high-tech manufacturing facility. High-tech manufacturer Bantam Tools, a company that adds another building block to this northern Westchester city's transformation, opened the doors to its new headquarters on Monday for a look at its computer-guided design machines. Bantam Tools, which moved from San Francisco, makes, among other things, computerized desktop machines that designers and engineers use to create three-dimensional prototypes. Bantam's milling machines have a wide range of uses, from designs of motherboards for tech devices to works crafted by jewelry designers.
I got a question for you. Do they have any father boards? What happens when the boards get together?
Perhaps a lawsuit is coming.
Shocking. A lawsuit may be coming. Chris Conway now with the sports scores from last night.
Last night, the Knicks, another rare win, 123-105 over Cleveland. Indiana blew out the Nets in Brooklyn, 115-86. Monday Night Football, the Chiefs defeated the Chargers in Mexico City 24-17. Tonight, the Islanders are in Pittsburgh. Boston is at New Jersey. And that's what's going on in sports.
All right. What we're going to do is take a call now before we go to more local and, regional and national news. Right now, let's see. We're trying to get a hold of that caller who called us. See, we have a way of finding you.
Leave your name and number.
Leave my name and number. All righty, they will call back. This is the one, the only Radio Westchester. We are live at the New Rochelle train station here. It is 37 degrees now. It always gets colder before it warms up. It always does that. 37, getting to 40 today. Today's programs are brought to you by Aging Issues Management, the law firm of Haney and Com, Dominic Cigars, and Plug-in Virtual Reality. And let's take a look now, if we may, some of these more national stories or even regional stories. First off, U.S. says Israeli settlements in West Bank do not violate international law. But quite frankly, and we put commentary in the international stories, how do I put this? Nations like the United States, Russia, the great powers of the world, China, we don't recognize international law, or we say what it is. The big question, and it's in many of the papers today, is why we have essentially almost abandoned a two-state solution. In Israel, Secretary Mike Pompeo said that the United States will not consider Israeli settlements in the West Bank as a violation of international law, a move that could destroy peace efforts with Palestinians. And wowee, that's a huge story, folks. It doesn't affect us much at home, but it affects the politics of the Middle East terrifically. And why this particular administration has chosen to do that requires closer inspection. It's one thing to say that, hey, we agree totally that there should be one state, let the Palestinians become second-class citizens and all that good stuff. Let there be apartheid in Israel, which the Israelis, by and large, probably do not want themselves. That's one thing. The other thing is to pretend that international law allows it is quite disingenuous, at least according to my opinion. And you're stuck with it this morning, aren't you? Impeachment investigators are exploring whether President Donald Trump lied now in his written answers to Robert Mueller during the Russia investigation. A lawyer for the House told the Federal Appeals Court Monday, raising the prospect of bringing yet an additional basis for a Senate trial over whether to remove Mr. Trump. The statement during a hearing in a case over the House's request for secret grand jury evidence gathered by Mr. Mueller came shortly after Mr. Trump said he may provide written answers about the Ukraine affair to impeachment investigators. He said, and we quote, and if I hear the word hoax one more time, look, the president has every right to defend himself, and the Democrats are obviously overjoyed with some of this information. Never separate out the political intent of the Democrats here, but nonetheless, the president says, even though I did nothing wrong and don't like giving credibility to this due process hoax, I like the idea and will, in order to get Congress focused again, strongly consider it, Mr. Trump wrote on Twitter. There's another whistleblower among us, Chris, and this is an IRS whistleblower. This out of Times yesterday. The whistleblower had filed a complaint accusing Treasury Department officials now of improperly interfering with the handling of President Trump's tax returns. And here's the skinny, and that is continuing IRS audit. Senate Finance Committee staff members met this month with an Internal Revenue Service whistleblower who has alleged that the Treasury Department tried to exert influence over the mandatory audit of President Trump's tax returns. The whistleblower contacted the staff of the House Ways and Means Committee over the summer and accused of political appointees in the Treasury Department of involving themselves. The Ways and Means Committee has been reviewing the allegations. The details remain unclear, though a person familiar with the complaint has said it did not directly implicate Treasury Secretary Stephen Munchkin. I'm sorry, I meant no disrespect there at all. And Mike Pompeo, boy, is he getting grief all around. He is the Secretary of State, announcing Monday that the U.S. will no longer view Israeli West Bank settlements as inconsistent with international law. But at least he came out from behind his covers. The most scathing op-ed I have ever seen, Chris, against an individual yesterday by Tom Friedman in the New York Times, calling him a coward, calling him unethical. I agree. He kept his mouth shut while his people were being eviscerated because of politics. A guy like that shouldn't lead the State Department. He shouldn't lead a pack of wolves. He should get out. And he was a bright guy. You know, he finished first in his class in West Point.
Really?
Or as Tom Friedman put it, first in his class on information and tactics, last in his class on courage and ethics. I wholly endorse and encourage all of you to read Tom Friedman's book. Look, this is bare-knuckle politics. I get it. But there are times when you just have to show some character and not allow the people that work for you to be thrown under the bus for politics. Besides, the president can take care of himself that way. He doesn't need this wuss bunny. And we're going to come up with a new name for Pompeo. We're going to do what the president does and give these people some fun names. Yeah. Well, I got to get back to doing that. Now, here is a question today, and this is a fair question, and this is the president's right, by the way. I do not take away from his right in terms of foreign policy. He must be able to direct it as he wants. But this was analysis out of CNN today. Does it deliver a hefty domestic political payoff, reverse an Obama administration position, upturn international law, and irritate the European Union? If so, it's probably a Trump administration foreign policy decision. Now, that makes this an analysis and an opinion piece, obviously. But Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, wuss bunny, said Monday that the U.S. now rejects a 78 State Department legal opinion that deemed Israeli settlements in the West Bank inconsistent with international law. Perhaps more important, I'm paraphrasing now, but folks, for the U.S. president, Monday's decision is a gift to conservative evangelical voters who support Israel for reasons biblical. By the way, they support it only until the Gog, Magog, and whatever the nonsense is they believe, because then, of course, the Israelis will go to hell because they don't believe in Jesus. I'm winging that one. I'm not really sure, but the whole point is evangelicals support it, and that's, I guess, if that's the reason it's being done, for God, God help us. Every president's political leanings naturally influence American foreign policy. And by the way, that's fair because that's what presidents have to do to stay in office. But no recent administration, I said that, has been so keen as Trump's to fracture enduring U.S. positions. Now, that's one person's view, but as much as I think it's ridiculous to do these things for religious reasons, such as the evangelicals think that Gog and Magog, and that whole deal in the book of Revelations, they're going to have a fight with bugs. They're going to have a fight with bugs. Oh, my God. Jesus said so. Gets me crazy. But yet so many Americans do. Who am I to disrespect that? But I can't help myself. They believe that bugs are coming to get us. Chris, that doesn't trouble you? Are you worried about bugs coming to get you?
There was a bug in my living room yesterday, and it took a while to get out. So, yeah, I can see the point.
There was a bug coming to get you. There's something. Oh, there it is. I'm saying something went wrong with my computer. Okay, a couple of other short stories that we need to get to as we come up on 6:28, and then we'll come back with a full report on the weather. Chick-fil-A will no longer fund anti-LGBT organizations. The fast food chain's donations have come under fire from activists. And, wow, look at this. You didn't tell me about this, Chris. In the news, Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker made a 70-yard field goal during Monday Night Football warm-ups. In Mexico,
yeah.
70 yards?
Yeah, in Mexico City, that altitude.
Is that what? Because no air? Resistance.
Yeah. Yep. However, there were some shorter field goals that were just missed wide left or wide right.
Well, that's competence right there,
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know that. Taylor Swift can perform her old hits at the American Music Awards. What the former label says. That's why we don't play any music now. It's all nuts to play music.
Yeah.
I got to pay $1 zillion just to play a couple of my favorite songs. We've got people looking into that, though, although that's a whole nother issue. We'll talk about that later. I'm noticing even with adults, it's like when we used to have interns. You say, all right, to somebody, right? You'll say, I want you to research this thing. Oh, here we go. Here's that call we couldn't get before. But we'll be right with you, caller. What happens is you'll say, do me a favor, to find out what happened. And they give you the phone number. No. Come back with the answer. What is happening to competence in this country? Anyway, the Supreme Court blocks the release of Trump's tax returns for now. Well, it makes sense to do it for now. Chief Justice John Roberts went to bat for President Trump on Monday, definitely delaying the release of his 8 most recent tax returns as the Supreme Court considers how to handle the Democratic demand for the long-sought records. And let me see what else is worth talking about. Well, I don't know. We want to take calls. 914-222-3141. We have the term limits by the county executive. We have the issue with the coach in the Rochelle. We have Israel slowly. And I'm a huge supporter of Israel. That's why it always troubles me when I have to disagree with a policy that affects them. Is headed towards apartheid, or so it seems. Let's go to the telephone. Good morning. You are on Radio Westchester.
Hey, Bob, how you doing? This is Vince.
Vince, we're so glad to hear you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. A couple of things. The first thing on the term limits, I just don't see the need to put that into law. Of course, the county board could change it just like they did in Yonkers. The voters voted for term limit in Yonkers, but it's the span of one another term, so we got the council to change it. Yep. So, I mean, it's a nice thought. If Mr. Latimer wants to have term limits, all he has to do is say, I'm not serving out another term.
You're the second person to call us with that one, and that is true. My only guess is, your reaction, please, is that there were a couple of times over the years he said he would do something about term limits, and then others such as yourself would say he said he'd do it, he never did. That's the only thing I can
He can do it any time he wants, but why put something into law that just fools around with what we got? If people want to elect somebody, let them elect them. And of course, the other thing is, if it's good for him, why didn't he propose it for the county board? He didn't do that. But look, I'll leave that aside for a minute. But the thing I wanted to mention is what you were talking about with these incredible, massive pay hikes for some of the favored commissioners or whoever.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, Bob, and not to dump on Mr. L too much, but I might have mentioned it to you. You remember before Election Day, Mr. Latimer gets out there before Election Day. my administration, my Democratic administration, is lowering property tax.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't release the budget, which he could have done, but he didn't do it. But he comes out with a tidbit to try to gin up the votes for the Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't he tell us about these massive pay raises he was going to propose?
Well, one of the things that when I was doing the story early this morning before I went on the air, when I read it and I got prepared to do it, I said to myself, it was in the budget. Wow, I didn't realize that. It didn't come out when we talked about the budget.
Well, of course it was in the budget. He knew the little property tax reduction was in the budget, didn't he?
Of course.
Yeah, and he gets out before Election Day and throws that out there to make everybody feel good and what a great job he's doing and my Democratic friends. But, of course, the other thing in the budget, which I'm sure he could have told us, was this massive giveaway to all of these folks. I mean, there's people out here in this community who are retired, who haven't seen a hike in their pension, who live on fixed incomes, and we're going to have people getting, what, 40, 50, 60% pay raises?
I'm looking for 1% pay raise.
Well, look, I have no
Vince.
problem, paying people, money to do a good job. That's not a big deal for me. But the thing that really gets me upset is politicians play most of us for fools and chumps.
That's the theme of my show. Yeah.
It's a real shame. But if you get Mr. L on the phone, say, Mr. L, you knew there was going to be no property tax hike in the budget, and you came out before Election Day with all of that. But I'm guessing you also knew about these massive pay raises.
Yeah, we'll ask him next week. Yeah, we'll ask him next week.
A simple line item. Why didn't you tell us that on the front lawn of somebody's house a few weeks ago?
You know what I do have a problem with, and forget who the county executive is. I don't think the top guy should make less than everybody else. I mean, it's nice politically, I guess, but it smacks of politics because the top guy ought to get the most money.
Well, it's money, but it's as they say, playing with other people's money.
OPM.
But the other last thing I wanted to mention, Bob, if I could,
please.
Tonight there's a school board meeting over at Webster School. It's a public meeting. The public has a right to speak.
Mm-hmm.
The public session starts at 7:00, but it looks like on the agenda the public comment period might not be till like 8 or 8:15, maybe a little later. But if anybody has anything to say about the issues regarding the coach or anything else for the school board, try to do what I do and a very few others. Go to some of these meetings, stand up and express your opinion. But that's tonight over at the Webster School here in town on Webster Avenue.
So don't go anywhere yet. Do you have, and again, people have, I think, arrived at positions without knowing all the facts, but do you have a horse in this race with the brouhaha over the coach?
Well, my concern was this, and it's a long-standing concern. I said the same thing to Dr. Osborne when he came here. I said, I hope you're not going to bring the bad practices of New York City to New Rochelle schools, and he did. I don't know if she has, but here's the concern I expressed to her at that meeting over at Seoul the other day. Mm-hmm. I said, look, Dr. Fayou, leadership is a problem, of course, I get it, but here's the dilemma. If you're going to take charge of our district schools, it looks to me like rushing into this issue of suspending the coach may not have been the best leadership approach to this issue. There may have been another way to handle this. I don't know, but I have seen this reassignment tactic used in New York City to abuse people, threaten people into silence, and really used as a tool by administration. I used to represent teachers years ago who were accused of things. I went to these meetings and all of this craziness. I worked in the city school district of New York for the same amount of time she did. Mm-hmm. And you don't rise to the level of prominence that she did without drinking a lot of Kool-Aid. Doesn't mean she's a bad person. Doesn't mean she's a bad person. But I'm hoping that she does not bring the same ugly leadership style that I saw in New York City to us.
I hope not as well. No, I can only tell you, and I don't know if you were listening in yet, but we interviewed her for an hour, and I have the same concerns. Many of them learned from you, frankly. But I have the same concerns that New York style would be employed here as well, including some of the issues regarding restorative justice and everything else. Now, having said that,
that's another story.
my take was that she will be independent, but the concern may be that in her independence and her need to show who's boss, her decision could have been ill-advised. Right now, and I'll put my stake in the ground, my position is to support her. I think, as I did during my monologue the other day, Vince, and the way I summed it up was as follows. When you look back at the last 3 or 4 years, there were scandals, people went to jail, test scores were faked, graduation rates were faked, a young girl died, a superintendent was thrown out of office, a principal lost his job, and the biggest single issue seemed to be, well, not single, I say, but as a theme, transparency, a lack of leadership, and most of all, a lack of integrity. Now, if this was done for good reason, because another thing that exists in our school district, and you probably know this better than anyone, just like everything else in this godforsaken world, is who you know and who wields power and who's popular. And sometimes the very best among us do things outside the rules because we think who the bleep we are. So there's an aspect of this here as well, perhaps. I think not only should we give the coach a moment to get a fair hearing, we should give Fayho a moment.
Well, I agree with you, Bob, and like I say, I'm just concerned as to how this played out. But I listened to your interview yesterday. You had Mr. Martin Daly calling, and the thing if I was in the room and I was going to ask him a question, I would say, Mr. Daly, where else can you go after this? After calling for her resignation, what's left for you guys to do? I mean, I would have suggested perhaps not such a dramatic display of angst against the superintendent.
There you know, that's very insightful, because I was wondering why they went for the throat as well.
Right. I mean, where do you go after this?
Well, I think you use all your ammunition. Well, I got a theory on that, and it's a political, and I'll share it with you. We don't have to run here. Is that, remember, you know the way Charles Schumer always brings up stuff on Sunday so he can say he did it? Like remember about, remember like a month ago he said, tomorrow I introduce to the Senate, and I cannot stress this too strongly, a bill to reverse President Trump's tax changes. Now, he knew damn well I got a better chance to date Kate Upton at lunchtime today than he did of getting that thing passed. But now I'll be able to say, I fought the tax increases. I may have lost, but I fought it. And with all due respect, I thought he was a fine guest and fair and somewhat reasonable, which I was surprised at for a union head. He was reasonable, but I think that he has to be able to say he tried and he made a great stand.
I agree, and many of the points he makes, I understand. I mean, I was an active union member down in the city, and I have seen the abuse of power of leadership used to silence people, and some people get a break, some people don't. So Dr. Fayho's in a tough spot. So I'm not putting her out the door yet.
I know you're not.
But I am concerned, but I was surprised the union, like you said, went nuclear just right out of the gate here.
Well, there's the zeitgeist in town. Actually, it's made for some interesting bedfellows. But nonetheless, there's the zeitgeist in town that wants to take the superintendent out and skin her because the coach is so popular. And actually, this is one of those watershed moments where she's either proving her mettle, which I would like to think, but again, we have to keep open minds, or she's being forged for the tough job ahead.
Okay. Well, Bob, I don't know if you have a moment, but
yeah, go ahead.
One thing I learned, a lot of the jobs in New Rochelle District are public, are the job postings are not written by the Board of Ed, they're written by the Civil Service Commission.
How's that?
And because some of the job titles, like security officer, school monitor, whatever, are under the control of the civil service part of City Hall. And I have found that some job titles where people, like for example, to work in classroom in special education as a classroom assistant. The job title is not written by the educators. The guys in City Hall write it, and requires no experience, and you can have a job with a GED diploma, and then take a 15-hour training class after you're hired. You imagine that?
What?
Our most vulnerable population of kids, the kids that need someone in the room with sensitivity and knowledge. The people who write the posting have nothing to do with education.
Wow.
When I found this out the other day, I almost fell out of my chair. So, I hope the superintendent takes a close look at the hiring practices in this district.
Well, hopefully she will, but again, she's, right now just trying to get out of the gate.
Yes,
She's still stumbling.
She got her hands full.
She didn't get the first base yet. Hey,
She's got her hands full.
Hey, Vince, that's a great call.
I wish you good luck. I'll be at the meeting tonight, and maybe I'll buzz in and let you know if anything.
Yeah,
important
please do that. It's my daughter's birthday. Otherwise, I would want to go to that meeting. Yeah, I got. You know how it is. It's I can't believe that my daughter is. Well, if I say her age, I'm a dead man. So let's just
hear you.
Vince, thank you very, very much for the call. You have a great day.
All right, Bob. Take it easy.
Bye. What a great, thoughtful call from Vince. And it's good to hear from him. It's time again. And we have to make a second storyboard for my buddy. We need traffic. Not traffic. We need weather. I need weather. Chris, I need weather. What's going on with the weather? Give me the weather.
I will give you the weather, Bob.
Give me the weather.
I'll give you the
I want weather.
It is 39 degrees along
You said so.
the South Shore. Yes.
He says it's 39 degrees.
And
Why should I believe you? It's a hoax.
you should, go outside and see for yourself.
Wait, let
Don't
me
take
do
my
it.
word for it.
Let me do it, Kellyanne Conway. Go ahead. Do the weather fake. Don't do it with the acknowledgments yet. I'm going to do Kellyanne Conway. But do the weather.
All right. Right now it is 39
Weather's
degrees.
a hoax. There is no weather.
Today it will be mostly cloudy.
How do you know there is no today? Today's Tuesday.
The temperature will be 48 degrees.
No,
as a
today's
high.
not Tuesday. It's Wednesday. It's 12 degrees.
Tonight will be mostly cloudy.
There is no tonight. That's a hoax. Fake news.
I enjoy this.
Go ahead.
Wednesday, mostly cloudy. Temperature will be 45 degrees.
Wednesday, what we found out, the president wasn't, there is no Wednesday. The president declared it so. And if he said it, it's true.
And Thursday will be mostly sunny skies.
Sunny. The sun is a rumor.
The high will be 50 degrees, the nicest day of the week.
Oh, I do real weather. And tell us who's bringing it to us, by the way.
That weather report brought to you
No, they don't sponsor the fake one. What's coming?
Well, as I said, tonight will be mostly cloudy. Temperature will be 35 degrees. Right now it is 39. It will hit 48 near 50 degrees. So a nice day today. Wednesday, mostly cloudy. Temperature will be 45 degrees. Thursday, it will hit 50 with mostly sunny skies. Weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle. Voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. It's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And I'm Chris Conway for Radio Westchester.
Thank you very much, Chris, as we return 914-222-3141, 222-3141. Let's take a look at the show we have today, and then we'll get into some of the issues. So many issues, so difficult to be fair. And we do our best here. Yes, I did say it, November 19th is my daughter's birthday, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Mike Edelman's with us at 7:20. We have a lot to talk about. Mike Duffy as well is with us at 7:35. And we got to do more things for people who are shopping and women and things like that who like this. But there is this new trend now, Chris, where they're able to make diamonds. The mountain doesn't make them. In other words, we can make manufactured diamonds now. I don't understand how it works, but if they can make me a few that I could pass that aren't fugazis, we're in business here. So we're going to talk with Jeannie Cadwell at 8:10 about that. Del Husler. Del is one of those local journalists that we have made our reason that brought to feature. He runs a paper called The Yonkers Insider, and then another journalist, A.J. Woodson from Black Westchester Magazine, who also weighed in on a football deal yesterday. Jake will be with us today to comment about last night's football game, which he refused to bet on.
In his defense, he can't bet every game.
No. Wait, who's in charge around here? If I want him to bet every game, in fact, when he comes in, I'm going to make him bark like a dog. Ruff, ruff. AJ Woodson's with us today, and then we're going to talk with Professor Jack Breslin at 9 o'clock. Now, as for birthdays, well, I should call her up. I should call up my daughter right now and wish her happy birthday on the air. I should call up my Should we do that?
Is she going to be up?
Should we? Oh, yeah. Yeah, she better be up. Let's call her. Come on. I'm on. Wait, I'm going to call her on my cell phone first because, I'm going to call her on the air. Wait, which phone should I use? No, I'm going to use this one. I don't even know my own daughter's phone number because of these phones. Isn't that ridiculous?
And Bob calling people at their homes to wake people up is brought to you exclusively by
the Mental Health Clinic of Westchester. Yeah, let's get her on the line. What the heck? Why not? Oh, God, you're on the air. She's going to hate me for this, but I'm going to do it. I'm doing it. You know what's weird about we have a Skype system here, folks, and one of the problems with the Skype system is that if I put in the number 1, it doesn't ring. It puts the number 1 in itself. So this is so mean of me. See, and we have to do this. Terrestrial, there are certain rules, not rules here, but I'm still going to say you're on the air. Okay, it's ringing now. Let's see what we can do. And then we'll talk about it.
If she answers, this could be good.
I don't know. Well, she's not answering yet. She probably doesn't recognize the number. She doesn't recognize the number. See that? I love the way the little face says she's not this. Yeah, now I got to let her see this. It's my daughter's birthday, and you have to understand the nature of my relationship with my daughter. She's my best pal in the whole planet. The day she was born, I still love this time of year because she was born in the fall weather. And all right, she doesn't recognize the number. So now we'll see if she's up yet. Get up! Get up! This is coming to you live, not on film. You should turn on your radio or your phone or whatever the hell it is. She's not answering the phone. She's not up yet. All right. She's not up yet. We tried. Anyway, so a little bit about birthdays and children. And I realize it's mushy. Nobody wants to hear about my daughter or my grandkids. But it's funny, unavailable. I see that it's unavailable, you stupid little face. I'm sorry, yelling at the computer.
Bob yelling at technology is brought to you exclusively by...
Look at this. Look at this. I got more screens than a house on Cape Cod. Look at this. 1, 2. There's actually 2 within that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is like a spaceship in here. It's like a 747 with all the tubes. Everything works. But
with you in control.
Yeah, which is pretty scary. That's going to turn soon, though. Don't watch before you get too funny about this. Because one of the things, folks, is that you outfit a studio to suit the style that you use. Eventually, Chris will be manning all this equipment. Feel my pain. Anyway, I want to shout out to my daughter. Best thing that ever happened to me. Of course, things happen later in my life, my grandkids with whom I'm close, etc. But man, for those of you who have children, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I still remember walking out of the hospital with her down in downtown Brooklyn with her in my arms, which I held her for maybe the second time. And here it is all these years later. She's doing so well in life. Nice family, nice home, great kids, wonderful father. And she's a professional microbiologist. She was the smart one. Wow. Isn't it great? Kid comes and does that, and their father's a functional idiot. Anyway, happy
functional?
Yeah, well, still functioning. Yeah, happy. Anyway, the 6:51. Christine, if you're listening or could watch this, I love you with all my heart, and I tell her that. I tell her that every time I see her. I don't just say hi, goodbye. I'm one of those people says I love you and I'll never say it to you, Chris. Don't even think about it. All righty,
I'm leaving.
You what?
I'm leaving then.
No, you're not leaving. All right, let's get into some sports. The Knicks, I understand, continue to lose. It was in the back of the paper. What did they say? From bad to reverse. Week after ugly loss led to rip job by front office. Knicks hammer. To reverse. They hammer the same Cavs.
They lost to Cleveland badly last weekend. Cleveland is not good at all. They're one of the worst teams in the league, and they came into the Garden and just destroyed the Knicks. But the Knicks got their revenge last night when he won 123-105.
Do you follow this at all? No, what I mean is I used to follow basketball more when I was younger. It's so hard to get into. I every once in a while, like the insanity thing.
Well, yeah, that's the problem. The Knicks have been so bad for
Why?
20 years.
But really, why
they're
is
out
that?
of it by Halloween.
They have the same over management. The top management is the Rangers, and even now you could tell that the Rangers rebuild, even though they kind of suck at the moment, or semi-suck, if that's a word I could use. You could tell that there's a plan. There's a rebuild. They have all these great young stars that sometimes play stupidly, but you can see they're on a mission. Why doesn't this happen with the Knicks, or do they not stick with it?
There have been plenty of words written about why the Knicks and Rangers under the same ownership have vastly different histories for the last 15, 20 years. The Rangers, for most, until they started tanking 2 years ago, they were one of the best teams in hockey for 6-7 years, made the finals, won the President's Trophy. And the Knicks have been, except for that 1 year where they won 50 games, I think it was 2012. Yeah, they've been terrible since they made the finals in 99. And I think the reason is that most people come up with is that the owner, James Dolan, just lets the Rangers, lets the people who
he lets the
hires,
professionals
runs the
do it.
Rangers,
Yeah.
where he, with the Knicks, he kind of butts his nose in.
Thinks he knows it.
Makes decisions, and it's every Knicks fan wants him to sell. Of course, it's never going to happen.
No, but I wouldn't sell if I was him either. But we had Phil Jackson. I just thought that he wasn't fast enough to support Phil Jackson either. I think that when you've got an enterprise like that, you have to let people fail. In other words, let them have it long enough to fail or succeed. He never seems to do that.
Well, not with the Knicks, but with the Rangers. Remember, he hired Glenn Sather. And Glenn Sather had a famous quote back when he ran the Oilers that if I had the Rangers payroll, I'd be great every year. We'd make the playoffs all the time. Well, then he hires Glenn Sather, and the Rangers missed the playoffs from 98 to 2006.
But then
he let him build the team, and they drafted Lundqvist.
And then all of a sudden they had like 10 years of great hockey. But even there he didn't win, and plus the salary cap came in. The salary cap requires a whole new level of talent about how you hire the third and fourth lines. In other words, your scrubs can't just be scrubs anymore. It can't just be fighters.
That probably saved the Rangers because they kept signing these 35-year-old veterans who just came here to retire and get a paycheck.
Right. Or who came with good credentials to bring them to the next level, but you can't do that anymore. But the other interesting thing in hockey, because of the salary cap, is you're looking for people on the third and fourth lines that don't make a lot of money. So a lot of guys are either forced to retire or forced to go to Europe to continue to make a good living.
And the league has gotten younger because of that.
But the league has gotten synthetically younger. And it's only because I love the strategy and the systematic part of the game. The league has gotten younger, and it's made for more exciting hockey, but it's made for more exciting hockey the way Little League is more exciting than the major leagues. Because just like kids, when I don't know if with your nieces and nephews any of them start playing Little League ball yet, but when you go, they all run after the ball, wherever it is. They leave. So what you're seeing in the NHL today, and why the coach Quinn has so many problems trying to get these kids to play, is 20-year-old hockey players do the equivalent of that.
Yeah.
And it's so exciting. Look at all the shots. If you love the game from a strategic point of view, you want to reach in and smack them. And so you do not have Major League Hockey. You have Major League skill, but you don't have Major League Hockey with 10, 20-year-olds in the lineup. You just don't. What you have is a lot of people playing river hockey. And it's a very different game. Yeah. See, one of the things about hockey and basketball that I've always liked is there are no set positions, really. You get a set role that you play, but the system is truly creative. You've got to establish it. Anyway, I can go on about it. I love it. It's exciting. I love their skill. But boy, oh boy, do you know what would have happened? And I know this sounds like the old, get off my lawn, old man thing, in the 70s. If you shot up the puck between your legs to make a goalie look foolish.
Well, he wouldn't have survived the next shift.
Survived the 5-7. Now, that's the extreme. But the other extreme is just a little tip. And again, I'll move on from hockey. When I had a great coaching as a kid, led to me coaching a lot. But And it's the same in football, so don't call me a barbarian. But you don't know how good a forward is until he has to run into somebody like Scott Stevens.
Oh, yeah.
In other words, you want to come over the middle of the rink with your head down? Great. Now, the greats, what would happen is they take a couple of those pops and do it anyway. And you're like, oh, God, now the defense has to back up. Mm-hmm. But we don't know on a lot of these young kids because they played against other young kids. And so they kind of like said, don't worry, just come on down.
Those vicious hits have been pretty much outlawed.
Well, there's a difference between vicious and clean, and you can still do it clean. You just have to make it a little unsafe. And the safest place on the rink now, and it used to be like a quarterback pocket, is in front of the net. I can't believe how guys stand there whacking the puck.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I've been playing 50 years, and I'm out of the 70s, early 80s, 60s, early 80s mindset. But even then, I still get in front of the net now, and I expect to be clobbered. And I never am.
Amazing.
It's a safe place.
Yeah.
It's not supposed to be safe. It's supposed to be where you actually worry about getting hurt. I'm not kidding. And it's just part of the sport. Please don't call me a barbarian, but you should really worry about keeping your teeth if you're in front of the net.
Yeah.
It's like the house. In fact, we used to have a rule. You didn't let a guy skate between your goalie and the net.
Really?
It was considered like a violation. And the other thing you did not allow, which you get today, and you have to with the new rules, if a guy came over and talked to your bench and you didn't jump out and give him a bloody nose, the things your coach would say to you as a team. And so what you've got to do when you're coaching in that era, I'll be very blunt. A guy came talk to the bench, you clear the bench. Bury him. In other words, it's like someone at your house. But that's barbaric hockey. We don't play it like that anymore.
No, in fact, there was a scene in the finals last year where Pat Marrone of the Blues skated to the Bruins bench, started cursing at him, saying, "You're done. We're winning the series. You're done." It was sprinkling in some efforts in between.
I was glad they beat the Bruins, but someone on the Bruins should have pulled them into the bench because it says you can't have that. You cannot have that because then you go on the rink and see because hockey's so fast when you're playing it. It's so fast that it's scary even when it's not, Chris.
Yeah.
In other words, the last time you ever go out skating in a rink, you know when you're worried you might bump into somebody? Imagine if somebody is actually trying to bump into you. So it's so fast that if you make someone afraid, they keep away from you.
Yeah.
You get so much room. Of course, something I never made anybody afraid. Here comes the pipsqueak. All righty, I'm done with my little hockey speech. People are going to be sick. It's coming up on 7 o'clock. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the weather, some of our top stories, and get ready for our first guest of the day, Mike Edelman. You've got time to join the conversation, 914-222-3141, 222-3141. And I think he's flying back today. But yesterday, Chris, you were here when Tom from Pelham called.
Oh, yes.
So yesterday he sends me another text. Without pictures, by the way. Oh, by the way, you missed it. There's a photo shoot of models, and I'm lying on the beach watching the photo shoot of models. This is not a nice person.
No, that's awful.
Yeah.
Awful.
I hate him. All righty, we are going to take a break. You're listening to Radio Westchester here on, we are the station at the station. This is Mornings with Bob Marrone. Chris Conway's here. When we come back, Chris is going to share the weather, and then I'm going to go over a couple top stories with you, and we will get to it. It is 7 o'clock. It is 7:01. You've had your moment of peace. You're listening to Radio Westchester here. We are the radio station at the train station. We are alive and very busy here in the heart of New Rochelle. The show is Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am Bob Marrone. Please go to RadioWestchester.com. Click on Listen Live. We're also available on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Periscope, and we have a carrier pigeon taking a tape of the show to Guatemala. I made that up. All right. What's the matter, Chris? You don't like watermelons? It's let me see. Where's my? I got my news here. Oh, here we go. Okay. Let's get to cases. Did I even know? Here's my news right here. I just want to go over some of the top stories. But first, here is Chris Conway with the weather as we go through 702. Chris.
Yes, Bob. It is 39 degrees.
39 degrees.
Lower Westchester. It'll get up to about 48 today.
48 today.
It'll be overcast most of the day.
Overcast.
As well tonight. Temperature will be 36.
36.
It's like a hype man over here. I love it.
Go ahead.
Tomorrow, temperature will be 45 degrees. Mostly cloudy as well. You tell him, Chris. And Thursday, the best day of the week, 50 degrees and sunny. Again, the temperature right now is 39 degrees, and the weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle. Voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. It's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And I am Chris Conway for Radio Westchester.
That is Chris Conway. And yes, it is 37 and overcast. Today's programs are supported by Aging Issues Management, Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Pena and Khan, Plug-in Virtual Reality, and Dominic Cigars. Those are the people that bring you Jake's football picks of the week. We're going to bother him in a little while. Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente, Padrons, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Post Road in Larchmont. They're open 7 days. You can smoke cigars to your heart's content. Let's take a quick look at the top stories. Gunfire sparked a wild police chase in Yonkers last night. Police say Tony Orlando Saez, 22, was involved in some sort of dispute outside the Eclipse Bar on Riverdale Avenue. An officer approached Saez. Police say he fired 2 shots, hitting the front door. Saez then hopped into a passenger seat of a pickup truck and took off. They caught him. He had a handgun used in the shooting. It was stolen from South Carolina. He's been charged with attempted assault and criminal possession of a weapon. We'll see if that sticks. One of the things I'll be talking with Mike Duffy about in a little while is those things never stick, or so it seems. The Westchester County Executive wants to reduce his existing 3-term limit. County Executive George Latimer says he submitted a proposal to the County Board of Legislators to reduce his and future county executive term limits from 12 years to 8 years. That is from 3 terms to 2. It did not affect the term limits of the legislators. Also, today, and this is huge, folks, only because it's made such noise here in New Rochelle. The head of the teachers union here in town is saying, give the guy a meeting. And, of course, he's talking about Coach DiRienzo, who was reassigned for a few days. That's like a temporary suspension while they investigate his behavior in terms of taking care of helping a student out. It is, from what we hear, he may have broken protocol, and thus the temporary suspension. We do not know the true details, nor has the videotape of what took place, which does exist, by the way. The videotape has not yet been revealed, so we shall find out why that happened and what the adjudication of it is. But many people, scores of people at the football game, people who've played football for this coach, upset over his suspension, or at least reassignment, as it is called. And this one made for a phone call earlier. We'll make for more phone calls, we believe, later in the week, and certainly some raised eyeballs. This out of LOHA today. Westchester is considering 52% pay raises for lawmakers, 52% for department heads. We're talking about some astronomical salaries, the biggest one being $230,000 for the health commissioner, Sharita Amler. But yet, all the other people are going to make 180, who's making 75, blah, 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 blah. Those are the lawmakers. But the county executive kept his at $160,000. And as a citizen, has nothing to do with the person. I believe that the county executive should be paid more than those employees. Maybe the doctor's salary, I understand, because you're competing with someone who could be a doctor, but then they perhaps should be a doctor and not be an executive. And lastly, hundreds of homeless families from New York City are being relocated to cities in the Hudson Valley. The program, which will help relocate homeless residents to other states and cities by paying a full year's worth of rent, will send more than 100 homeless families to Mount Vernon, and we'll focus on Mount Vernon. The mayor there, Andre Wallace, and the mayor-elect, Sean Patterson Howard, sat down yesterday to see what they can do about it, because after a year, Chris, on that free rent, you've got the problem. Why is New York doing this? What gives them the right to do it? And does the municipality have to agree with? We'll get Sean Patterson Howard on tomorrow and find out why this is. And more than half of the 12,000 people using the funding have moved either out of state or to neighboring communities like Westchester County. And that's pretty much the news for today. Now, looking at our lineup, we will be talking with Mike Duffy about that. And we'll also talk with Mike Duffy about, can you believe it, Michael Bloomberg's, Chris, change of heart. One of the things that made him a good mayor was his balance, socially liberal, but he was tough on crime and supported the stop and frisk process, which really reduced crime. Some people felt that because it focused more on people of color, that it somehow was unfair. But many will maintain if that's where the crime is, that's where the crime is in those areas. But nonetheless, Mike yesterday officially apologized. And all of a sudden, Mike went from being a very, very respected, tell it like I see it politician now. I'm not saying just another hack, but I mean, I support him anyway because I think he's got a good balance. But now he's almost earned his stripes in terms of, we need a little more disingenuousness from him to make him a full-fledged elected official.
Yeah, but he almost had to do that in the Democratic primary. Right? I mean, there's no way.
Yeah, but see, this is like the arguments I have with Jeannie Zaino every week, and the guy who said it today, the caller Vince. Politics in this country, and perhaps all countries, but politics in this country is how can we con the dumb? How can we con the ill-informed? How can we take advantage of the emotional behavior of people? I missed a call. How did I manage to miss a call? I do that. Let's see if it'll work this way. See, hopefully I'm calling back the person who called me, but you never know. Good morning. You are on Radio Westchester.
Oh, good morning, Bob.
I saw you try to call. You heard our monologue, didn't you?
I think the words you used were, "This is not a nice man."
Tom from Pelham, and are you still in Aruba? When do you go on your hopefully faulty airplane?
Later on today, unfortunately, Bob.
We've sent a 737 MAX to pick you up. I called Boeing. By the way, this is a whole new one. They're trying an example. Have you ever seen a plane fly with one wing? You haven't, have you? Neither have we. Good luck with that. Now, how mean could you be to tell me that you're lying on the beach looking at models being photographed? And might I add this? You didn't send me any pictures. All would be forgiven if you sent me photos.
Oh, boy, Bob, they were hot pink bathing suits. Well, if we could call them even that.
Is your
bathing
wife?
Suits.
Is your what? Yeah, continue. Wait, stop.
I'm up here on the balcony overlooking the ocean and getting set to go out and spend the last few hours, Bob.
Now, where is the missus?
She just looked past me. She has a frown on her face.
Does she?
I think it's
what's the frown?
A sad frown because we're leaving.
No, it's a sad frown because she heard you talk about those scantily clad models.
Oh, no. I the minute she got back to the beach, I told her, I said, do you know what they're doing over there?
Oh.
Poor Kate Upton is sickly looking compared to them.
That's me.
So what's going on? Can you tell me, what is the weather in New York?
That's raining, okay? It just stopped raining, and it's 37 degrees. Chris, why don't you tell them what else is going on? We haven't met Chris. Chris, tell them what else is there. You got the weather report. Tell them. Tell this miserable cretin on the other phone.
All you need to know is today it is not 80 and sunny. Tomorrow, not 80 and sunny. Thursday, not 80 and sunny. Weekend looking like it's not going to be 80 and sunny.
Oh, God. Hey, if you have a chance later, put up one of those weather applications on your phone and check out the prolonged forecast for the country of Aruba.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. Chris
it's like a carbon copy of the day before and the day after.
Yeah, the day before and the day after. Do you know what's going to be wonderful tonight? When you and your wife, we're flying into LaGuardia. We should go out there. When you and your wife land, and it's wet, and it's yucky, and it's cold, and you're shivering. And tomorrow we call you and say, how do you like the weather today, Tom?
Oh, no. Bob, you're just ruining it now.
Oh, I'm trying to. So now what's scheduled today? You going up in any balloons?
No. That was a one-shot deal for this vacation.
It was.
But no, I'm in a few moments, I'm going to be heading out to the beach. I went out there, Bob, by the way, at 4:15 a.m. to reserve our spot. How about that?
Don't you sleep?
I do sleep, but then I walked out to the beach, and right under, they're like such the palms.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're beautiful under there, Bob. Beautiful.
Yes, they are.
And
no, you sleptwalked at 4. You sleptwalked at 4 in the morning because you staggered out to where those models were yesterday.
You gotta mark your spot where you're gonna spend the rest of your afternoon and morning. Yeah. So
like a dog,
you go out there with your towels and you lay them down on your chairs, and that's it. So I'm gonna go out there and find spot number 14.
Isn't it interesting when someone has something of value to sell, Chris? They learn how to be a salesman, and when someone wants to be cruel, all of a sudden they become a poet. As I lay my towel under the thatch. Well, Thomas, again, we sent a very special plane out to get you a one-winged, one-engined 737 Mach plane, okay? Listen.
I'm sure you're praying for my safe return.
I'm praying for your safe return, and don't forget, by the way, the crash, don't forget to get into the crash position.
Well, but bear in mind, Anna will be on the plane. You don't want any harm to come to her.
No, I don't. Anna and I need to have a good chit-chat, let me tell you. Has she enjoyed herself as much as you? Has she had any eye candy for her?
I think she just gave me a thumbs up.
All right.
She's enjoyed herself.
Anyway, on a serious note, do fly safely. We hope to talk to you tomorrow morning. And I'm going to make, if you come anywhere near, I'm going to make you read the weather. I swear to God. Thomas.
I'll be well aware of the weather in a few hours.
Okay. Thank you so much. Enjoy your last day there. That is Tom from Pelham right now. Tom from Aruba, who we wish nothing but the worst. Yeah. Can you believe what's the weather in Aruba?
You don't want to know.
Yeah, I do.
I did just look it up.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's look it up. What's the weather in Aruba? I got to go to Aruba.
Right now, it's 82 degrees and sunny. Let me give you the extended forecast.
Would you get on a mic, please?
There we go.
It's been in the radio 20 years. Go ahead.
It's 82 degrees right now in Aruba. Tomorrow, it's going to be 85. Thursday, it's going to be 85. Friday, be 84. Saturday, be 84.
Do you realize if I were a king right now, I could just have you taken out and beheaded? Do you realize that? It wouldn't be good for me to be king, though. I would have some very strange rules. But he said that Kate Upton looked like wow. Okay. There was a piece in the paper today. And this was in the Post, in the New York Post. I encourage people to read it. It is the other half of the story. I don't agree with it, but but it is worth reading because it's not. You can agree or not, and it's called "How Liberals Are Neutering the Presidency Chief in Chains." And it's by William Barr, and he said it even before he became the Attorney General, that he thinks we've taken too much powers away from the president. My concern is that you need checks and balances, but it's worth reading. I mean, he makes some good points in it, but also it's clear that he's the president's lawyer as opposed to being an arbiter. At least that's my take, but that don't make it so. And you should read it, to be fair. People need to read this, Chief in Chains, How Liberals Are Doing the Presidency. And if nothing else, it will give you some insight into William Barr's thinking and why he makes some of the decisions that he makes. And one of them that he made, I've come around to support. It can never hurt to look at how people go after a president. And, of course, Trump supporters are saying, right, it's about time you said that, Bob. But it also applies to things like Benghazi, and it certainly applies to what happened to Bill Clinton. Now, Bill Clinton lied under oath, and if that's an impeachable offense, which it probably wasn't, but maybe it was, and he should have been thrown out of office. But you know what people forget there? They were investigating a $100,000 real estate deal in Arkansas, and somehow that hub went out to every woman he ever talked to. They even got, if you recall, the Secret Service. They went to the Supreme Court to said the Secret Service has to tell us what they see him do. Mm-hmm. And he lied about his affair. I get it. Now, that was a witch hunt. But you know what? We had to accept it because that's what the law said. But we do have a problem attacking presidents. There's no question about it. So William Barr having this investigation by Mr. Durham of Connecticut into how the investigation of the president vis-a-vis Russia is a good idea, and it'll restore perhaps some faith to the American people no matter what the outcome is. So that's probably a good thing. He's looking to protect the presidency there. But you know what? People only want the presidency protected when it's their guy.
Yeah.
They didn't, or public officials. I'm going to say this till they put me in my grave, and I'm no Hillary Clinton fan. This woman has been turned into some sort of a caricature, and most of it based on nonsense, some of it based on fact. But because she's a strong woman, she gets a lot of grief and got a lot of grief. It's an incredible story. And Benghazi, and my dear friend Anthony will sometimes say, well, people died. Yes, and it's horrible. But I also think that the right should be very careful for the same reason. Yes, people died, and you're using them as pawns to ruin somebody's career, which they successfully did. I mean, she's got her problems, but no one could possibly be what they make her out to be. So William Barr, what he's doing, shouldn't only protect this president, it should be protect other public officials from what we'll call summary kinds of investigations. David Nunes was the guy that brought you Benghazi. My favorite thing about Benghazi was that Fox News so overdid it that 6 months later it was still the number one B-roll. By the way, the B-roll is the stuff that they have.
Yeah.
I mean, instead of putting, Christmas morning, you put the U-log on, I just put on Fox. The fires in Benghazi. We'll never know all those particular points, but that's what we do. And it's unfortunate. And the only problem I have with this case, yeah, they are pursuing the president with a vengeance that seems almost preternatural. But how the president invites it is don't keep denying that Russia didn't happen. Don't keep denying that they hacked. Don't keep denying that looking into that was a hoax. Don't deny that 7 people have already gone to jail or been convicted. Yeah. Anyway, that's my take. All right, it's 7:20. Did I miss a call? Did I? I know I did not. Yes, there it is. See, I know. My guest always calls on time. So let's do a little bit of reset. You're listening to Radio Westchester. We are live at the train station. This is Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am Bob Marrone. And our first guest of the day is with us now, political analyst Mike Edelman. Good morning, Michael.
Hey, Bob. How you doing?
Oh, it's good to hear your voice. The paper was filled with stuff last night. Now, how can the president, and I know I'm feeding you red meat, but I'm distraught by it, he's calling every single bit of information that comes out a hoax. He attacks every single person. I mean, I'm getting almost tired of it because it doesn't make any difference. Is it really true that he could shoot someone and he wouldn't lose his base?
It's true that he could pretty much do whatever he wants, but his base is shrinking, Bob. The ABC Marist poll, 70% of Americans, 70%, they don't usually see the number in any poll, by the way, think he did something wrong.
Yes, but still, of those 70%, the people that make up the 35% that support him don't care.
Yeah, and you know what? That's going to go down to 25%, and that's fine. When Nixon left office, he had 25, 28, 30%. That still didn't think he should have resigned. That's not what moves the nation. We've had 2 elections in the last week and a half. We had Louisiana, we had Kentucky. Suburban voters are disgusted with this president, just as you are. People who think about it, people who are familiar with and follow the proceedings, understand that this guy is in business to benefit himself at the nation's expense, and they're not going to tolerate it. I don't care if he's impeached or removed. He'll be impeached. There'll be 6 or 7 counts of impeachment, obstruction of Congress, and the rest. That's not important. What's important is that the American public understands what he did. That's all. They could do what they want at the ballot box. And if you look at the polling in the swing states, he's not going to win.
Well, I, as you do, know people who do not agree with you, who said, yeah, he did it, it's not an impeachable offense, or at least removal from office offense.
Well, it is an impeachable offense.
Even though he denies it.
From office. All of that doesn't make a difference. Well, I mean, if this is impeachable, what is impeachable? You know, you can read Federalist 65. Do you know that Alexander Hamilton and the framers of the Constitution were worried about a president who's going to abuse his power for his personal benefit? That's why they put in the words high crimes and misdemeanors. They didn't mean statutory crimes and misdemeanors because back in the 1700s, there were no statutes in the United States defining felony. They meant English common law criminal acts, and that included abuse of power by the king, bribery, and extortion. So clearly they knew what they were doing. They had no way to anticipate that, felonies would be codified, in the 18 and 1900s, but they were working off English common law, and that's why they worded it the way they worded it.
But isn't it true?
There's a question. He started the leader of Ukraine.
Yes, but isn't it true? Now, again, I think the key point here is he did it for political gain. Because
personal gain. Personal political gain.
Well, because one of the things that his supporters point out, and rightfully so, is Joe Biden himself said on TV, that's right, I withheld that money. They weren't going to get that money until
he didn't do it for personal gain.
No, I understand that. But
it was the policy of the United States, the EU, and the IMF to get rid of Viktor Shokin, who was not prosecuting corruption. As a matter of fact, there would have been a better chance of going after Burisma with or without Hunter Biden if somebody other than Shokin was the prosecutor.
Okay.
That's a whole. What they're doing is conflating 2 separate things.
I got a
One is Biden acting on behalf of the U.S. in enacting policy, and the other is Trump acting to take down Biden.
Well, yes, there's clearly a difference. I want to go someplace else because this kind of shocked me. Why do you think the U.S., and I'm always, the first college paper I ever wrote in my life was about international law being useless, but the president now, or at least not the president, right now it's the State Department, saying it's not illegal what we're doing in the West Bank. Of course it is. And great powers get to say or deny international law, which was the point of my paper, I'm proud to say, 50 years ago. But why would we do that and help Israel become... We're going to become a pariah state. And for those of us who love Israel and know why it's necessary, why would they want that for themselves?
I believe that Trump in his mind believes that Jews are monolithic and that Jewish voters in Pennsylvania, for example, and in Florida, 2 states that he needs, not to mention Michigan and Ohio, that they will bow down because he's letting Israel essentially take property that isn't theirs based on the biblical assumption that all of Judea and Samaria belong to the Jews. Yeah, so it's in his mind that, gee, if I do this thing for the Jews, they have to vote for me. He said it the other day. He said that evangelicals were better Zionists than American Jewry. Now, to even bring that subject up, Bob, is offensive because I put the United States before Israel. and I've been very critical of what Netanyahu and the Haredi and the right wing over there has been doing, because they're doing it to cobble together a coalition that's reliant on orthodox, hard right parties that believe that entire area should belong to Israel because it says so in the Bible. And anytime you start with what God wants, you get in trouble. Whether it's Islam, the evangelicals in this country, or the Jews in Israel. Because he hasn't spoken to me recently. I don't know if he's spoken to you.
Who's that? God?
God.
Actually, he bought me a pack of gum on Sunday, but but it's absolutely true. And I was talking about the evangelical Christians before, and you always want to have respect for people that believe in God, but when it goes beyond, not in such a way, but when it goes beyond reason, don't they realize that based on their idea of Israel, that if they're right, after Gog and Magog, that whole nonsense in the book of Revelation happens, the Jews are going to be thrown under the bus. Anyway, so why would they support the evangelicals?
They believe in the biblical prophecy that Christ will come back when the Jews return to Israel, and then if the Jews don't convert, they're
That's my point.
Yeah, I understand that, but Trump doesn't even understand that. But most people that understand some of these these fanatic beliefs, realize what their motivation is. They don't like Jews per se. They want to do God's will.
These evangelicals, the same people that march in the street with torches, they don't like Jews?
Yep.
Well, that's a shocker.
Of course. Well, I'm just saying that's a contradiction. Jews will not replace us.
You know what my favorite part of the book of Revelations is?
Apart from Israel.
My favorite part of the book of Revelations is the bugs that are going to come and get us. I wonder what kind of bugs, grasshoppers and locusts. But actually, my favorite part, now I couldn't do this in my last radio station, at least during the morning show. When I did nights, I did it. My favorite part, and this is just to poke a stick in the people who take religion too far, is, again, their paranoia about sex, is one of the worst creatures that's going to come down as a beautiful harlot on a horse to tempt us. I look forward to that. I want someone to come in the studio naked on a horse to seduce me.
I'll look at it this way, Bob. With regard to religion, there are more non-Christians in the world than there are Christians.
No, I understand.
The Hindus, the Taoists, the Islam, the people who believe in Islam, the Muhammad. So everybody thinks they're right. Right? If you ask anybody who's a real devoted, their religion is right, so everybody can't be right. Somebody's not right.
It's about behavior.
Nobody's right.
And being probably not. All right, I want to move on to something else. This shocked me today out of the New York Times. President Trump, it looks like, although I kind of don't blame him, but it looks like someone in the Treasury Department is trying to get favorable treatment for his tax audit. Did you see that today?
I did see that. Apparently, there's another whistleblower.
Yep.
Said that somebody is manipulating. Look, his returns are. I've never seen his returns. Neither has anybody else. And the object of the game is that nobody ever sees them. That's why they're in court, and that's why John Roberts issued a stay temporarily blocking the accounting company from turning over the 8 years of tax returns to the Cyrus Vance office. But look, you think about it. Why every presidential candidate for 60 years has made his entire tax returns available? Why won't Trump do it? He's hiding something, and the American people have a right to know whether or not their president has engaged in tax fraud, wire fraud, and any other kind of shenanigans, whether he's borrowed from Deutsche Bank, whether oligarchs have financed him and he's paying interest. We don't know what's going on there. Clearly, he doesn't want us to know, and that's the problem.
Well, what would happen if he did have loans with Russian banks?
And he's owned by Russian banks. Well, it wouldn't be Russian banks. It would be the oligarchs giving him money through Deutsche Bank, which is, I believe, exactly what happened. The problem with that is that explains why he is so anxious to please Vladimir Putin, because there's no difference between oligarch and Putin. They are all part of the Russian state.
731.
They're part of the Russian mob. It's the Russian mob that allows these oligarchs to accumulate billions of dollars, and Putin gets his cut.
Let me pitch some more dog treats to you. Did you see Thomas Friedman's opinion piece about, which I agree with totally, about Pompeo? What a quizzling little, I haven't used that word in a long time, a quizzling little coward puppy dog.
Well, let me try to explain not only him, but not only Pompeo, but William Barr.
Oh, we're going to go to Barr. Did you see his piece today in the Post? Did you see? He ends, the part that bothered me, and I've even encouraged people to read it because we have to be fair, and people should look at his side of it, where he says the problem with the left is, and look, and I got problems with the left too. I feel the same way he does about the far left, but conservatives tend to have more scruple over their political tactics and really feel the ends justify the means. Is he out of his, I want to curse, but is he out of his mind?
That's what happens when people get carried away. Pompeo and Barr.
But Barr was a man of gravitas. But see, Pompeo was a weasel since day one. I get it. He was an elected official.
There's a whole group of West Point graduates from the class of 1986 that are right-wing radicals that surrounded Donald Trump, and they will say do anything because they know that basically they're in a minority in the country. Because of the Electoral College, the minority can elect president. It's happened twice in the last, I believe, 4 or 5 elections, and it might happen again. You never can tell. If it happens again, there'll be 10 million votes more for the Democrats. It'll really be bad. It'll really be bad if that happens. But these guys will do anything to get conservative judges installed in various courts, to get tax cuts, and they're driven by their ideology.
You know what, though? At least, Michael, but one of the things, and I always say this to people, but you'll have Pence. But they're doing that legitimately. If the president gets all these conservative judges because he got elected, that's our system. We have to accept it. If they like it, we accept it. And more power to the president for doing that. But the stuff that bothers me and why I'm throwing you all this red meat is every single person, Democrat, Republican, Independent, who does something honestly, or at least as I perceive it to be honest, they get trashed. Vindman, Morrison, Cooper, Sondland, Volker, Williams, Yovanovitch, all these people no one's that organized to have this great conspiracy against the president coming out of the State Department, the military. I mean, what the heck? I mean, why do people believe this? Help me.
Fox, Limbaugh, Breitbart, they're all spinning a web to keep Trump in power. They don't care if they lie. They want people to keep Donald Trump in the presidency.
Why?
They don't care that Donald Trump is an authoritarian. They just as soon have an authoritarian government and not a democracy. They don't want the majority, which is turning color now and becoming black and brown, to control what goes on in the United States. They want to keep it white, Christian, and conservative.
Well, one more. Speaking of,
they don't care how to do it.
You have been driven into the corner of my next treat. This one I'm putting gravy on it, bound beef gravy for you.
My dog's ears perked up.
Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller, they're finding out now that he's been associated with white supremacist groups. No surprise there. He pretty much comes out and says he doesn't want America not to be what it used to be. But
Stephen Miller wouldn't be here if America was what it used to be.
So says
because his grandparents were Jewish emigres in the 1920s. And they were not, the Immigration Act of 1924 had not been repealed. They would never be here. They'd be somewhere in Ukraine.
Yes, they will be. So what, do you think anything will happen with him?
No. It's all going to be about removing Donald Trump at the election. Stephen Miller, Trump can have whoever he wants. There's something wrong with Stephen Miller. His own rabbi said there was something wrong with him. And he was totally ostracized at school. He's a violent anti-immigration, doesn't want people coming in that don't look like him, except, guess what? Right-wing conservatives think he's not white.
Do you remember the last time, and it was very early on in the presidency, when they kind of used him to talk to the public? It was like watching a Halloween show. The guy's like a ghoul.
Well, he is. He's scary, and he wants an authority. These people want an authoritarian rule is what they want. Because if they get an authoritarian, it doesn't make a difference whether you're conservative, liberal,
Right, it
whatever.
really doesn't.
The authoritarian doesn't.
One more item.
genuine-
And it's one more item, and it's a good segue
Yes.
to my last guest, and it was my M2 Brew Day moment yesterday. Can you believe, because of course I do, because now he's another silly politician like everyone else, that Mike Bloomberg all of a sudden didn't believe in stop and frisk, and he did it, and yet it was one of his successes. I want to crack my head against the wall.
Well, Mike Bloomberg has no chance of being the Democratic nominee. He'll get 2% in the polls. He can spend as much as he wants. The only thing Mike Bloomberg is going to be good for is spending $100 million on anti-Trump ads. That'll help whoever the Democrat is, but it's not going to be Mike Bloomberg. He's not where the Democratic Party is now. He has not been a Democrat. I mean, he's been a little bit, but he's been a Republican and an independent.
But wouldn't you vote for him over Trump?
I'd vote for my dog over. Come on.
All right, well, give the dog some of the biscuits I've been flinging you. Mike, thanks
will.
very much. I'm going to go to our next guest,
You're welcome,
Mike
Bob.
Edelman, everybody. We amped him up. Now I have to go. Yeah, I know. We're going to go to our next guest in just a moment. He is on the phone, one of our favorite people, Mike Duffy. First, we need to share the weather with you. Chris, tell him the weather. Hold on.
Can I talk now? Thank you. 39 degrees along the Sound Shore in New Rochelle. It'll get up to about 48 today. It will be overcast most of the day. As well tonight, temperature will be 36. Wednesday, mostly cloudy, 45 degrees. And Thursday, sunny and 50. Weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. It's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And I'm Chris Conway for Radio Westchester.
That is. I forgot to put my own mic on. Hi. Oh, Mike Duffy. We're waiting to talk with him. You stay right there, Michael. Today's program, the bottom of the hour, indeed. Now, the 7 o'clock hour is supported by the United Hebrew of New Rochelle, a top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.com. Aging Issues Management, the law firm of Payne & Com. Plug-in virtual reality, and Dominic Scars, who bring you our football picks of the week. And we can't wait to talk to Jake, who walked in a little bit ago about last night's football game and the 70-yard punt in practice. 70 yards. My goodness, we go to our next guest, one of our favorite people, and we deliberately did the last story with our last guest as the first one to talk with him about. Mike Duffy is a wonderful collection of experiences. He is currently a very fine defense attorney, but before that, he was the chief investigator at the DA's office here in Westchester County. He was a cop on the beat. He was a detective, a regular old gumshoe. I wonder if that's right, a gumshoe. Anyway, please welcome Mike Duffy. Good morning, Michael.
Hi, Bob. I'm having a lot of trouble with the phone breaking up. Should I just retry you, or should we go on? Can
No,
you
you're
hear me
fine.
okay?
No, I can hear you as clear as a bell.
Oh, wow.
And just when you think it's safe to go back in the water, you want to bang your head against the wall. All of a sudden, to get votes, even Mike Bloomberg goes back on something that actually worked and said, I'm sorry that I did something that worked. Help me. This is great. I get to throw liberals and conservatives under the bus today. I'm having a ball. I'm talking
I
about
was
the
going to
phone.
use a term yesterday that people had already used way before me, I guess, when I was looking at Twitter. It's the Bloomberg apology tour.
Oh.
I mean, apologizing for broken windows, apologizing for stop and frisk, which stop and frisk is actually based on a Supreme Court case, Terry v. Ohio, back in the 60s, and also apologizing for, which he should, his behavior, apparently, when he was actively involved with the Bloomberg financial services, and I think you know that world. And he just,
what was he apologizing
it's a different
for?
time.
What was he apologizing for? He was good at what he did.
No, he's apologizing for all the sexist remarks he made. He made some really outrageous remarks. That's been in the media the last couple of days.
Of course he did.
So.
It was a different time. Heck, he even built, you know what he built into his terminals? which were, I mean, some people can call them misogynistic, but one of the things about traders, and they captured this in The Wolf of Wall Street, they captured it in the movie Wall Street with Michael Douglas, it was a very male, testosterone-filled place. And
Right.
a lot of men on the trading desks changed now. But they also, very common almost, in fact, you may remember Liar's Poker. Gambling, another book about another great financial services firm. They gambled so much and liked sports so much that Mike actually put on the Bloomberg terminal a sports app so that people can check in on sports scores and lines. So it was a different time. And,
Right. Well, if you Google it, Bob, you get a chance later on.
I Google all
to
that.
look at the things he said. He would be executed today. I mean, he really went beyond the pale, and as far as saying something in an open environment.
Chris,
so
Google him.
It was very interesting.
Google.
Right. Let's Google.
You know, by the way, I brought a guy on the team, used to be with me at WVOX years ago. He's an Irish fellow. You should be happy about that. Conway's his last name. Chris Conway.
Chris, I heard that. Yeah, he was doing the weather. I heard that.
Well, he'll be doing more too. We're breaking him in.
No, but I mean, I just heard him doing the weather.
Yeah, you did. So he'll be doing a lot more. Just find out what Mr. Bloomberg said, and then we'll paraphrase it. Would you? All right. So.
Sure, that'd be great.
But you know what's troubling? He was right to apologize for that. But I don't think.
Right.
But what people are looking for is a centrist who's not far left or far right, and then he goes and kisses up to the far left like that. It just, God,
Well,
darn it.
I forget who was on Jake Tapper, who I believe is really, I mean, he's so far in the tank, that guy. It's unbelievable. I watch him Sunday morning to try to get a perspective, but, you know, it's just outrageous. Anyway, I won't delve into that,
No,
but I
you
will
can.
say he puts facts out there that says that stop and frisk is unconstitutional. No, it was decided by the Supreme Court. It's based on the case Terry v. Ohio. It allows an officer with reasonable cause to believe somebody's armed to stop them, talk to them, and frisk them. Now, what happened in the city was one of the federal judges in New York City did find it unconstitutional because the way it was applied down there. Stop and frisk is in no way unconstitutional. Still the law of the land. And as far as Second Amendment goes, Bloomberg is really contributing millions of dollars to just basically confiscation of firearms. So he's not my cup of tea. I don't see how he gets going after all this. The liberals are going to hate him for his sexist comments. They're going to hate him for when he did like stop and frisk, and now they see he's just pandering. And the conservatives are going to hate him for his gun grabbing. So I think he's done. We'll see.
And they're going to hate him for his position on abortion as well. But I'm troubled by that because one of the things I found appealing about Mike is that, I mean, he went to certain extremes with guns. I have a more moderate view. It's not the right-wing view, but it's not the left-wing view either. It's that I think everybody has a right to own a gun so long as they can pass a background check and so that they don't need an assault rifle. But be that as it may, what troubled me was his very appeal was that he did things that worked. And stop and frisk work. Now I'm going to sound a little.
But Bob, with stop and frisk, he carried on really what Giuliani did.
Yeah.
You know.
No, but I accepted that.
Giuliani.
No, but
he's the nut of the day, Giuliani. But he's the one who implemented that with Jack Maple and with Bert Carrick, and so.
Although Bernie's saying some weird things lately. But let me wax on that a little bit. And hello, dog. Second guy I had on with a dog. Woof! I speak dog.
That's
I can
my
help.
police dog.
Woof, woof, woof. Okay. Here's the deal.
Yeah.
What people have a problem with is nuance. As you said earlier today, the Supreme Court had a problem with an instance and an application of the stop and frisk policy, not the policy itself. That's number one. Number two, Giuliani was a great prosecutor and a great mayor who went around the bend. Both things are true. Both, white people have to paint people with a broad brush. I do not understand, but that's what they do.
Well, with stop and frisk, all you have to do, all the police department has to do to be safe, if you want to keep that as part of your protocol, is just track what the Supreme Court said in their decision. That's all you got to do.
Heaven forbid
so
they
then
read.
you have the backing of the Supreme Court. You can't, I mean, maybe you fiddle with it a little bit, but once you go outside
the guidelines that the Supreme Court laid down, you're potentially looking at a problem there. So just track the Supreme Court, and the departments will be fine.
Okay, I want to go on to another issue, if I may, and I don't know.
And that's nationwide, Bob. That's not just New York. It's the Supreme Court. So obviously, it's applied. You know what? It's sorry to interrupt, but it's applied in New York as stop and frisk, where it's applied across the rest of the nation as basically just day-to-day police behavior and police actions. They don't really delineate it as one or the other. They just, it's just part of everyday patrol protocol.
Hey, if I may, we're talking with Mike Duffy. He's a defense attorney. He's a political analyst for us as well on such issues. The defense attorney, former head of investigations at the DA's office here in Westchester County, up on the beat detective. I got one of the Bloomberg quotes. This one is a little less vile. If women wanted to be appreciated for their brains, they'd go to the library instead of Bloomingdale.
I mean, that was one that I read, and I think the same article is one of the outrageous ones that you can't go there.
No, besides, they'll be circling this little studio with torches and pitchforks, and I've been there before, Michael. I could.
But seriously, Bob, that's years ago. Years ago doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, God, no, it doesn't. Actually, this is pretty funny. Ladies, I don't mean to laugh at you. I'm laughing at the idiot mayor. Those are the words of a weasel, folks, but it is pretty funny. All right, oh, God, I'm going to hell. All right, see, one of the aspects of stop and frisk, though, and we have to go to the difficult part. I grew up in a white and later not Mexican, Puerto Rican, and Polish neighborhood. We were working class. We had gangs. We had drugs. There was all of that. And ergo, when police came around our area, then they had a lot more. We had these two cops, Whitey and this other guy, Whitey and Sonny, that would crack us in the head, but would take us home to our parents. Look, it was a different time. But we don't want that back. But my point being that most of the people that got stopped and questioned were white. And we never felt it was because we were white. We knew that it was because we were, little thugs. But why was it happening?
Went through it myself, Bob. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Know exactly where you're coming from.
But if it happens in the black community, people are saying, and I realize there are racist cops, and I realize that it has evolved to the point sometimes I'm sure some cops look at black people differently. It's probably all true, but to say that people are being stopped and frisked because they're black just totally throws paint over the whole issue. How do we ever,
It does, Bob.
How do we solve this? Crime's crime.
Well, you know what? I did see, with regards to stop and frisk, or even if it doesn't get to a frisk stage, I did see in my career young African Americans, usually young African American males, walking through a white neighborhood.
Yes.
And that's different, okay, because the patrol car would roll up.
Well,
what are you doing here? You don't belong here.
Well, that is the upside.
That's outrageous,
yes,
really.
Yes.
And I saw that happen. That definitely happened. And that's the type of thing that federal judge, I believe, was going after. If you stop an African American male in an African American community, well, I mean, then you need more. You need more in all these situations, but you're actually protecting the people that live there.
Yes, of course.
I mean, look how many guns they took off the street from there. They're saying all these people weren't incarcerated because they were stopped and spoken to. I heard this, how thousands were incarcerated. AOC or this other woman on her side, Presley, I think. But you know what? If you take those guns off the street, those guns came from people. Mm-hmm. And those people are illegally possessing guns, right? So lives were saved. The people who went to jail possessed guns. They didn't go to jail because they gave the wrong answers. They went to jail for a crime, okay? So it does require a little bit of nuance in its application.
A lot of nuance, no question.
Yeah, but an experienced cop can learn that in like 2 days.
Right. And you know what? And look, there's a whole nother side. And when you talk, any of these issues is a snapshot. I lived in Bensonhurst for a while. And it is the most racist place I've ever lived in my life. I don't think I've ever heard a black person called a black person there. They were usually referred to with the N-word. It was horrible.
Right.
And it was, of course, where Joey Farmer famously shot a kid who was only coming to look for a car. And my sympathies have always been thus. But the truth is the truth is the truth. And stop and frisk work. Broken windows is another matter. What about that?
I'm a big proponent of broken windows. Broken windows has been proven. James Q. Wilson from Harvard is really the guy who started that whole sociology.
You know somebody from Harvard?
No, I don't know him. I don't know anybody from Harvard.
I'm sorry.
I know some attorneys who went to Harvard. They're horrible.
I know you had a part-time job serving coffee in the cafeteria up there, but go ahead.
I couldn't even do that.
751, Mike Duffy. Go ahead.
But broken windows, look, it makes sense. You take care of the small things, and the big things take care of them. So listen, you have a big. It usually happens with the industrial buildings, right? Look at the old industrial buildings that are by the riverside, or maybe abandoned in the Rochelle, or wherever in Westchester, anywhere, right? And kids, the building, say the building is intact, and then some kid comes along and throws a rock through the window, breaks the window, right? Broken window, smashes the window. Okay, he walks away. What happens? More kids come by, all right? In a short amount of time, a few weeks or whatever, you don't have any windows left in that building because the person who broke the first window got away with it. So it doesn't apply, obviously, just to windows. That's simplistic, but it applies to like turnstile jumping. You saw it. You let one over. They're all hopping over.
I'm going to hop over.
And you brought this up. Why should you pay? Why should I pay?
I think that people need. Yeah, I think
it has to be enforced.
I think that what middle-class people need to do when they don't enforce that stuff, we all need to go out on, although I'm slowly, in my own business, I'm slowly working to lower class, in terms of money. Joke, folks. What I think that the middle class should do is just go out on a general strike and say none of us are paying. You just can't have that. See, if my beef always
We'll never do that, though, Bob. We'll never do that. You know that. And I know what you mean. I know what your point is. But if you let all these little things slide, like the Manhattan DA's office do. Look at, I just heard some aspects of Presley from Massachusetts, her anti-crime bill. Mm-hmm. I mean, some of it is really crazy. Don't arrest people for small thefts if it's needed items. I get clients. They go.
Could you hold on a second?
Jail.
Could you go into the train station and steal some sandwiches for us? You won't get arrested. Bring them in. God, I'm sorry.
No, and Chris is hungry, right? So Chris needs a sandwich. You're not going to pay him or give him anything. We know you Bob, right? So
he got that right.
Eat.
Oh boy, he can eat all right. He can clear the table like a hurdler. Go.
He needs to eat. So the Presley's plan is, look, you can go in if you steal needed items. I get guys as clients that are released from the Westchester County Jail, and they're homeless, okay? They don't have any money. You feel bad for these people. But what do? They'll go to CVS, something. They'll steal. You know what they steal, Bob? They steal razors. They steal soap. They steal this and that. And you can't do that. You can't allow that. And they'll load up, and they'll leave, and they'll get arrested. The police will come after security calls them and arrest people. And that's a crime. That's petty larceny. So you can either say, we're going to ignore it, or guess what happens when you say you're going to ignore it?
What?
I can tell you a true story. If I have time, a true story that happened in White Plains when I was in the street crime unit. When A&S, Abraham Strauss, had just opened up in the Galleria.
I remember A&S.
And A&S wanted all local people to work there, which is good. It's a nice thing, okay? But they had another aspect of joining the city of White Plains, the citizens of White Plains, where they wouldn't prosecute. When they first opened up, they wouldn't prosecute if somebody stole something here and there. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you know what happened? This literally happened. A couple of people went in and threw their arms around a bunch of coats and walked out the door because they knew of that policy from their friends. Okay? So that's when you devolve to a different level. And that's why when you go into a store and you see the coat racks, one hanger is one way, one hanger is the other way to prevent you from doing that.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Sure. Yeah, well.
Yeah, see, this
I'm glad you know it now.
We got a gumshoe out here. We got a real detective, Mike Duffy. I'm just amazed at all this because you just can't have it. And look, if the government wants to go easy on those kinds of things, and for good reason, if people can't afford the subway and they need to get to work, well, we should have a program to give out those cards. If people, same thing. When I was driven to near bankruptcy by a home I owned in New York, and I could not evict squatters. It took me 2.5 years, and I used to say, to the judge, and she actually ruled in my favor. It took 2.5 years. If you want these people to have free rent, then you should pay them. The government should pay them. Why am I giving them free rent? And it's.
And how many years ago was that, Bob?
Only 2.5.
I was going to say, yeah.
It drove me right to the edge. In fact, the judge screamed at them after the trial, which was very rare because the proof was so irrefutable that they were squatting. And she found for me, and she still gave them another 6, it turned out to 9 months to get out. And meanwhile, I was losing $2,200 a month. More than that, actually. Yeah. It was a nightmare. Again, the government wants to do it, fine.
Hey, and remember, somebody like the scenario I gave you, which is a true scenario, people going into CVS and stealing soap and razor blades and things like that, is not for the DA's office not to prosecute them. Okay? That's where it gets into a really bad situation. But the people are arrested, they're prosecuted, their guilt can either be proved or not proven, they're acquitted, okay? And then if they are found guilty, the judge takes that into consideration in the sentence, the mitigation that the guy's homeless, has no money. That's the remedy in that situation.
Yeah, sure is.
Not with like Manhattan DA's office, where we're not prosecuting anybody who does this stuff anymore, who urinates in the street, who does this. I mean, my God, look what's happening out west. That's
you've been out there lately. It's outrageous, and Seattle, I might add. 7:58. Before you go, I want to share a fun story with you, since you brought it up, because this really is all about community policing. And where I grew up, and there were the gangs and all of this nonsense. And I mentioned the 2 cops we had, Whitey and Rocky. Well, Whitey was the 6'3" Irish guy. Since passed away, I got to know him pretty well later years, and that'll come out in the story. But Whitey was this guy. So I'll give you the first name. His last name was Doyle. White hair, white reddish hair, 6'3", tough as nails. And he'd see us in the street. Do you want me to call your mother? Grab you by the ear, put you to the car, yell at you. So I was petrified of Whitey and Rocky. So anyway, I got to know them though. They knew who I was. I knew who they were. So now I was like 14, 15, 16. So now I'm 17, 18 and a really good hockey player. And I get to play in this really top men's hockey league. And so it's my first game, getting out there for the face-off. I look up, and who's on defense for the other team? I go, oh, God, no. It was Whitey himself. I go, oh, my God, please, I'm a good boy. Just let me skate down on you. Actually, and then we both got hurt in that game. We met in the emergency room. We were both on stitches. But
he didn't grab your ear, I think.
No, he didn't. But it's funny how the community was back in those days. It was a different place. So, hey, you're a busy guy, and what you have before you go, you have such a unique perspective being also a defense attorney. It has to help you in your job, knowing how it works.
I think it does. My clients, they a lot of them know of my past law enforcement career, and they look at it as a positive.
Sure.
A lot of clients, and not that it means anything as far as ethically you can persuade, but they think you know how to work the system, and I think I do.
Of course you do.
They want somebody who knows how the system, like I just said, I'm repeating myself, how the system works.
It'll be the first time.
Work it to their benefit. And it does happen. Sometimes the reverse happens, but for the most part, it's all Bob. In court, law is an art. It's not a science, and you got to know how to deal with people, whether it's the judge, the prosecutor, the court clerk. If you go in there, I see baby lawyers go in there, or even older lawyers who go in there and they piss off the court clerk. Mm-hmm. I mean, that person is going nowhere fast.
Oh, I learned that the hard way.
Courts. And,
Yep.
and you know, now the judge is going to be mad at you because you angered their court clerk, and you know. But I see that all the time. People just don't get it. It pays to pave a relationship with these people, and if it works for you, it works. You know, it doesn't. You know, you go by the law. The law says this and that. You got time for one quick?
Yeah, sure.
I was listening to C-SPAN this morning. And
You got to get a life on C-SPAN.
yeah,
Go ahead.
I can't take the
No, I do the same thing. I don't have a life either, so go ahead.
I was listening to C-SPAN. It was the end of an interview with Judge Kagan, I'm sorry,
Yes.
Supreme Court, Justice Kagan. And the interviewer, I was listening on the radio, so I didn't see who the interviewer was, but he says, now how do you feel for the future of the court that your side is outnumbered? And my head almost exploded.
I wanted to club him with.
I don't think that way.
Neither do I.
I don't think a judge should. I'm not naive either, but a judge shouldn't have a side.
Yeah,
a judge should be a neutral arbiter of the facts.
We finally agree on something. Yeah, they should be a ref. Yeah, no, but that's what the politicians lead us to believe. There are now 5 liberal justices. They're up for. Well,
Yes.
now you got me started, because what has irked me in my adulthood is that when we vet judges and then put them before Congress to be vetted, we're trying to find out before the crime how they'll rule. I find that
Right.
reprehensible.
I find it reprehensible. I find it just stupid. I find it, not an intellectual argument that you think that way. Is there bias in the world? Of course there is. Do we all bring our personal biases? Yeah, but these people, especially the Supreme Court, these people are experienced judges that have been vetted by Congress. They're not. Look at Roberts. Oh, Roberts has gone to the other side. I think Roberts is just citing the law as he sees it.
And you know what? Yes.
It's conservative finding or a liberal finding, so be it.
I couldn't agree more. In fact, like today, I'm not a big fan of the president, if you figured out, but I give him his due. But today, when he decided to offer a stay on the tax returns that I do believe the president is hiding, although that's his right, you know what? I respected it, because he isn't going one way or another. He's basing it on the law and reason. That's all we can ask for.
Right, but you see the local politicians,
Please.
local assemblymen and the attorney general of the state of New York are going after tax returns. It doesn't seem to be part of an active investigation. It seems purely partisan on the outside, and that's wrong too.
Yes, absolutely.
And that's why it ends up in the court.
I hate agreeing with him. You know that, Chris? I just really do. The freaking copper. I'm sorry. I was my mic's on. Hey, Michael.
Chris is there. I thought he went out to grab a sandwich.
No, I also sent him out to get a couple of newspapers. I'm going broke pay for my sources. Chris, we can't go to jail. Let's see, get me a hero, get me the Paper Times. I subscribe online, but it's not fun to read. And a couple of coffees, all right? And we're not paying for him. Mike Duffy, you're the best. Thank you so very much. Folks, you can find Mike Duffy, Google him, and you couldn't do better for an attorney.
Yeah, put me in the Google machine.
That's it. Thank you so much, Mike Duffy.
All right, Robert, thank you.
All right, take care, Mike Duffy, everybody. We'll talk with him again next week. Chris is going to do the weather, but we're going to ask our guru. We have a very own guru. Bet you didn't know it. He's over there with his Utica Comet hat, looking at the scores. We want to ask him about last night's game. As he saw, he didn't bet it when we come back. But Chris is going to do the weather for you. And the weather, Chris, who brings us the weather today, Chris?
The weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. It's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And moving to the weather, it is 38 degrees along the South Shore. Mostly cloudy for the rest of the day. It will reach upper 40s, maybe 50, 48 degrees is most likely the high. Tonight, mostly cloudy. Temperature will be 36. Tomorrow, still overcast, 45 degrees. Thursday, sunny skies, the clouds fade away. High will be 50 degrees. And that's the weather. And I'm Chris Conway on Radio Westchester.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we take a look at, let's look at who is supporting us as we go into the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Aging Issues Management, Aging Issues Radio, Sneezes by Jake Schaefer, the law firm of Payne & Kahn, Dominic Cigars, and plug in virtual reality. Somebody said, don't do this. It makes my belly stick out. I don't have a big belly anymore. All right. Anyway, let's get to what did you hear about this, Jake, last night? And will it affect your handicapping? The guy hit a 70-yard field goal in practice. Did you hear about that?
I did not hear about that.
Chris, tell him.
I think you said it all, Bob. He hit the Kansas City kicker hit a 70-yard field goal in practice. Of course, that was due to the thin air in Mexico City. Probably can't duplicate that in any of the American stadiums.
Well, it must be home run launch pad then with the new baseball.
Yeah, it brings up an interesting question. I was looking at the Hall of Fame ballots that were just released. The new
tell
players.
us about that.
It brings up a interesting case. It's Larry Walker's last chance on the ballot.
Who the hell is Larry Walker?
He used to be played in Colorado, in the thin air of Colorado. And I was
yes, there's a big debate. He has great numbers, but the debate is how much did...
No, you know what? I don't even know who the guy... Should matter.
Well, I was comparing, I compared one to Harold Baines now that he got in. And Larry Walker...
yeah, you can pop that up. Okay.
Larry Walker's a 3-time batting champion.
Is that too loud? Wait. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, he's a 3-time batting champion, had a .313 lifetime batting average, 5-time All-Star. He was at 54% of the vote last year. And he needs 75 to get in. It's his last time on the ballot. Harold Baines was at 289. He hit 384 home runs. He played 5 years longer than Larry Walker. Larry Walker hit 383 home runs. So, it's Larry Walker's last chance on the ballot.
What's your opinion?
Well, if Harold Baines is going to get in, I think Larry Walker should get in.
Chris?
Well, with that theory, Harold Baines was a low bar. A lot of people were upset that Harold Baines got in because he was voted in by the Veterans Committee, and a lot of the people on that committee, like Tony La Russa, his manager, he had ins in that committee.
Well, you see, anyone who's using the ballpark he played in as an excuse is being unfair because you have all of these different issues from PEDs to older ballparks had short right field fences. You got the Green Monster in Boston. So, Chris, you feel he should get in as well?
I think Larry Walker... Well, if Harold Baines is in, Larry Walker should be in. And also, this year, Curt Schilling, there's a good chance Curt Schilling's going to get in.
What's his record, though?
Curt Schilling was I don't know his lifetime record, but I know Curt Schilling was at 60% last year. Roger Clemens, Barry Bonds were at 59% last year. So it'll be interesting. Will Jeter be the only one going in? Will Jeter get 100% of the vote? Will he be joined by Curt Schilling, Roger Clemens, Barry Bonds?
I do believe, if I may, despite PEDs, I believe that Barry Bonds, if we shave 25% off his numbers, belongs in the Hall of Fame, and so too does Roger Clemens. He didn't do PEDs till later in life, and the guy was one of the, 5 Cy Youngs or some nonsense like that.
By the way, Bob, to answer your question, Curt Schilling had 216 wins.
How many losses?
146.
Yeah, he belongs. He belongs
13th, 15th most strikeouts in baseball history.
Well, the thing was, and I know he's turned into like a wackadoo who has nothing to do with his baseball, and I actually feel bad for him. He went bankrupt and bad investments and stuff. But none of it should matter. He belongs just for that one game in the World Series. He almost belongs in the Hall of Fame, but pitching with his leg bleeding and everything. Chris, what say you about Curt Schilling? I'm sorry, Jake, I'm losing my mind. What say you about Curt Schilling?
Borderline.
That's fair.
Well, I won't lose any sleep if he gets in. If he gets in, he gets in. If he doesn't, I don't.
Are these the only people on the ballot this year?
No, they announced Bobby Abreu's now on the ballot, Josh Beckett, Adam Dunn, Jason Giambi now on the ballot, Raul Ibanez, Andrew Jones, Jeff Kent, 18 new names.
Jeff Kent was a good ball player.
Very good player. I don't think he'll ever get in, though. The real question is, will Jeter get in with 100%? Will Jeter be the only one to get in? Will Bonds and Clemens finally get in? I think Schilling probably get in. If I had to bet, yes or no, I'd say Schilling gets in. And I think Bonds and Clemens are going to be very, very close this year.
What about Josh Beckett? What's his record, Chris?
No, he's not going to get in. He had maybe a couple good years.
You've heard from Mark Handy, handicapper.
I will. Josh Beckett does not have the resume. I mean, he had a famous start. He Game 6 of the World Series when Miami defeated the Yankees. He pitched a great game that game.
Okay,
but
what's his record?
I will look it up right now.
Josh Beckett.
Had a couple good years. Not a Hall of Fame player. If I were to vote for
Why
any
is
of
it
the
such
new
a weak
players,
season? Why
probably
such a
be Andrew
weak?
Jones. Andrew Jones was an all-time great.
He was like that outfielder, the great center fielder, right? He played 20
He was
years.
going to get in would be because of his glove. Had a couple good years at bat, but he's an all-time
Did
great.
Paul Blair
fielder.
make this whole Paul Blair on the wall?
No.
Because theirs was the greatest outfielder of all time. But once he got hit in the head, he wasn't a very good hitter anymore.
He's not in.
If Paul Blair didn't make it for his glove, then nobody should. You got to start there.
Josh Beckett was 138 and 106.
Goodbye, Josh. No, that's not Hall of Fame record. He's barely a 500 pitcher. Who put him up? Who put him up? Did you do that, Jake?
No, they just. It's a random. They run a ping pong.
All right, you know what it's time for, folks.
Bingo.
We'll get to that in a minute. No, I was going to music, but the phone rang. We will be right with you, telephone. Please stay right there. All right. Let's get to the Mike Francesa effect of the day. Jake Schaefer's with you. Go ahead.
Back to the day. After an 0-3 weekend of his football picks this weekend, Mike is now 13-18 on the year.
You're doing much better than he is.
Maybe we'll keep a running tally of Mike's scores and my score.
Okay.
one day.
Thank you very much. We have to go to our next guest, and let me be sure I have my paperwork in front of me. I'm a very busy bee. Chris is standing. It looks like he wants to get coffee, or he's stretching his legs or something. Aren't you supposed to go steal coffee? Now, folks, we mentioned earlier today that we would have a guest. I didn't know that you could make diamonds synthetically. And our next guest is Jamie Cadwell-Gage, Director of Lightbox Lab-Grown Diamonds. Can't wait to get to this person. Good morning. How are you? Let's try this one more time. Why is it not taking? I'm sorry about that. We already introduced you, but we got you now. We should be talking with Jamie Gage, Jamie Cadwell-Gage, correct?
Hey, Bob. You sound a little bit choppy. We're running about a minute and a half behind. I'm sorry if you have us live on air right now.
Oh, well, that's okay. No, I do that sometimes, but that's okay.
Yeah, we're actually wrapping up in just a moment here, and I'm going to pass her through to you, okay?
Yeah, please go right ahead. Because we'll do the setup. Women are telling us that while they still prefer natural diamonds for the most emotional milestones in their lives, we're now seeing enormous interest in lab-grown diamonds for lighter, more everyday occasions. Thanks to innovative technology that allows scientists to essentially hack, if you will, a billion-year process, women can now have the same quality and sparkle in the rarest of colors at a fraction of the cost. But I'm wondering if someone who knows what they're doing would call it fugazi, as they said, like in the movie Donnie Brasco. It's a fugazi, which means a fake. But I wonder what the difference is at the end of the day, and we're going to get to that person in just a moment. Now, let me tell you a little bit about her. Jamie Cadwell-Gage is the director of Lightbox. Lightbox is an innovative new company offering consumers fashion jewelry featuring high-quality pink, white, and blue laboratory-grown diamonds at transparent and accessible prices. Lightbox is the only brand that sources lab-grown diamonds from Element 6, the world's leading lab-grown. Chris, I'm interested in this, as to how they can make diamonds. I mean, they have like a heavy person sit on a rock or something?
I think so. I mean, if you're going to boil down the science, I do think that's how they do it.
Oh, Jamie, you with us yet? No, she's not, but we ought to get to her shortly. We'll wait to be handed. I'm just wondering how, but here's the thing. What is a lab-grown diamond, more importantly? But how would an expert jeweler tell the difference? I don't know whether the diamonds or the not.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like being half pregnant or not. I don't know if we're going to lose our guest, but we'll certainly check. Hello? Hello?
Hi there.
Oh, there you are. I know we're getting to you late, but we've already introduced you, so consider yourself introduced. We've talked about what you do. But my first question is this, Jamie. How... If a diamond should be a diamond, it should be a diamond. If a jeweler were to look at one of these, if you will, man-made diamonds, what would they see, and why would they know it wasn't the real shebang?
Well, we want to be really transparent at Lightbox, so every single one of our stones is actually inscribed with a laser inscription that's invisible to the naked eye, so people do know that it's a lab-grown diamond, but also a trained gemologist would 100% be able to tell the difference between a lab-grown stone and a natural diamond, because the structure of a lab-grown diamond is actually more uniform than that of a natural diamond. Even though the material is the same chemically, optically, structurally, it's the same. It's a diamond. It's grown in a lab instead of in the earth. A trained gemologist would still be able to tell.
It's analogous to what we do in radio. Sometimes we'll take sound and we'll change. It sounds perfect, but it's not real. It's like what we do with music in the studio as well. It's too perfect, if you will. All right, I get that. Now, having said that, a lot of, when we say women, because women generally like diamonds, but men do too, and rings and various things. People prefer this for everyday wear, if I understand. Just tell us about that. And I know you don't have a lot of time. Tell us about what people prefer and what the price differentiation is.
Yeah. I mean, we know women prefer natural diamonds for life's most important moments, like an engagement ring or a wedding band. But we also know women love jewelry, and they want more sparkle for more moments. And the amazing thing about Lightbox jewelry lab-grown diamonds, our stones are all $800 per carat. So you can really afford to have more pieces for more moments. You can afford to layer them. For instance, a lot of women have multiple ear piercings or want to do multiple stacking rings. And our pricing is linear, so it's $800 per carat, $400 for a half a carat, and $200 for a quarter carat. And we actually also grow our stones in pink, blue, or white, which is really cool, because pink and blue diamonds in the natural world are incredibly rare and incredibly expensive.
Yeah.
But ours are priced the same.
Do the comparison for me. I did not know this. I'm getting ready to hock some rings now. But how much is a real diamond? What's a carat? How much is that?
For a natural diamond?
Yeah.
Well, it really depends on the 4 C's. So it depends on sort of multiple factors, but for one of our stones that's $800 a carat, a comparable natural diamond would be many multiple thousands of dollars.
Okay, just a sec. Chris, we're out of here. We're going to get my jewelry box. Well, okay, so having said that, these obviously, and I know what you're talking about, so you want to go out to a dance or you want to wear something every day. They're less expensive, but you've got the bling and they look beautiful. How can people get them? Who do they contact and where can we get more information?
So you should definitely visit us on our website, lightboxjewelry.com. Follow us on social media at lightboxjewelry. We're constantly releasing new products. And actually, locally, we're available in select Bloomingdale's. We're available at the Bloomingdale's in White Plains, in the city on 59th Street, which is really exciting because people can go in and look and touch and feel and try and see that it really is the same sparkle as a natural diamond.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead. Forgive me, go ahead.
And see our many different product styles. Like we have our solitaire collection is super popular, our halo collection, our stacking rings, so lots of great gift ideas for the holidays.
Well, it does make sense for the holidays, and it's affordable. Now, as a woman, and I realize that's sexist, but since we're targeting that particular demo or buying for that demo, what would you wear this kind of diamond for? Would it be an everyday ring? Would it be to go a party?
I am a woman, and I'm glad you asked. I wear them. I love to stack them. I love to wear multiple earrings in my ears. I love to wear the stacking rings. I'm wearing 2 of the necklaces right now. Mm-hmm. And I 100% wear them for every day, and I wear them for every day because I'm not worried about losing them in a way that I would be a natural diamond. It's not a precious heirloom. It's something that I can really wear and enjoy and is perfect sort of for my lifestyle. I can go hiking. I can do yoga. I can travel with it, and I never have to worry about really taking it off and putting it in the safe and hiding it away.
This is terrific. Actually, it really makes a hell of a lot of sense, and we're almost a stone's throw from the Bloomingdale's here in White Plains in Westchester County. One more time, where can we get more information about Lightbox?
Lightboxjewelry.com, and then please follow us on social media at Lightboxjewelry. Right now we have a poll on our Facebook page where you can vote for which color we might grow next for our jewelry.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Jamie Cadwell-Gage, you did real well for us in a short period of time. Thank you so very, very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Bob. You
take
too.
care. Chris, we're saving money this Christmas.
Yeah.
And we're making money because we're taking old diamonds out to the store and see what the hell they're worth. All righty, I'm getting a little bit late because they got to us late, and I know we have a fine gentleman on the other end. We're going to try and get a hold of him now. We just lost, there he is, Now, our next guest, and he's on the line right now, our next guest, he joined us last week, and he is among the roster, Chris, of people who do the hard slogs in local journalism. You know, we have Bob Cox, Black Westchester Magazine, who will be with us later today, Hezi Aris, and others. Now I introduce once again, for those of you who don't live in Yonkers, Del from Hustler is the editor-in-chief and publisher of the Yonkers Insider. Good morning, Del. How are you?
Good morning, Bob. Thank you so much for having me on. Always a pleasure to be on the show with you to talk about what goes on in our community.
Well, you've got a lot going on in your community. I understand we saw Mike Spano in the news today. What's your top story? What are you working on?
More or less like quality of life, issues having to do with City Hall. There's all kinds of issues, especially going on with the deputy communications director with that whole accident and everything. So it's all Yonkers is all the gift that keeps on giving. Unfortunately,
it is a gift.
Or fortunate.
Is anything particularly sticking in your craw right now?
More like quality of life issues in Yonkers, because we in the city of Yonkers had like a pilot program in terms of taking the garbage pails off the streets in Yonkers.
Yes.
And, it really is going on my craw because there's no garbage pails, and it makes it bad for the quality of life.
Yeah, we read that. Why did they take them away? Was it that businesses or people in their homes were using public garbage cans to put their garbage in, and now are they putting it in the street?
Yes, they are, and the cause and effect of that is in the livestock, and there's rats building up and everything, and. I know the DPW commissioner, when he started the program, said that we don't want our tax dollar. I don't want my tax dollars going to this program of the city picking up the businesses' garbage. Mm-hmm. But I'm saying myself, it makes it bad for our quality of life and our way of doing things in our city because it adds rats and makes things bad for the residents of our city.
A rat just walked in my studio a little while ago, so I understand the problem with such. Actually, it's another journalist, a good friend of mine, walked in, so I'm picking on him. Del, have you talked with the mayor about this or the sanitation department, and what is their answer?
I actually have, and what they have done was they put some more garbage bags out there. But I'm saying to myself, but that doesn't deal with the real problem. We need to have it back everywhere so that at least in our community that things could be clean, and then also make sure there's less rats and all other kinds of stuff. And
really. My cynical or my skeptical side is coming out. Is it possible that there are, let's just say, carting companies that are upset that people are putting their business garbage in the public cans, and you're putting pressure on the administration?
That's also my cynical side too, to be honest. My thing is, what was really behind this? There must be something behind these things that happened that put this thing in play.
That's I was naive. Here in New Rochelle, we had this law changed where all of a sudden you had to, they put tolls, not tolls, excuse me, they put in meters where you had to pay all night long to park your car. And I'm saying, boy, that's cruel. But then I found out that the developers did that or pushed the city to do that through my contacts because they wanted people to rent space in their garages.
Oh, jeez.
You know that old Latin term, cui bono, who benefits?
That's true. Absolutely, that's true. That's what I was saying to myself also during this process. I'm saying to myself, is one of these carting companies telling the city to do this because they don't want to have to pick up the business's garbage. So it always have to look behind the scenes as to what does transpire.
Especially in Yonkers, where people can change term limits when they want. Do you know my favorite story out of Yonkers is like 10 years old? In all of my years in doing news, your school district or the city or some confluence of both once misplaced $55 million. I wish the hell I would find it. Only in Yonkers, $55 million.
If that happened in our house, when our taxes would be in trouble. They lost that amount of money, and nothing ever really happened.
So, like if I were
boggles
to...
my mind sometimes what goes on in Yonkers sometimes. It really does. But like I said, it's good to me and blog because we all have something to talk about and write about every day, more or less, in Yonkers.
Well, there sure is. Is there any, before we send you on your way, is there any story that you want people to check out right now that you're writing about or that you're working on in your newsroom?
Well, today I'm going to be interviewing Yonkers City Councilwoman Sinead Williams from the 1st District and at 2:30 today be my first interview on Facebook Live. Now I got Facebook Live, I'm going to be able to interview more and more people on a live broadcast basis, so that'll work out good. So I got her, and I'm endeavoring to get other elected officials, other newsmakers to do interviews with me and to have a live on Facebook Live.
Well, it sounds like you're doing really well, Del. Once again, Del Husel is the editor-in-chief and publisher of Yonkers Insider. Thanks very much for being with us this morning. We'll talk to you next week.
And I'll talk to you next Tuesday.
Okay, thank you so very much, Del. We have, actually, I kidded, we have one of our favorite people from the radio business. He now is involved in other endeavors. He's done news, he's done radio shows, he's done some TV, once known as the Prince of Westchester. Let's please, I can't believe he walked in. Chris, why don't you introduce him? Maybe do it right.
Once known as the Prince of Westchester. No, that is a perpetual title going forward. Every day, he is the Prince of Westchester. It is Jovan C. Richards.
Jovan C. Richards. Jovan, good morning. How are you?
Feels good to be here.
It's good. Look what I picked up.
I know. I looked so.
Let's get on the mic.
For the first time, I normally come this way. So Chris is back. I'm normally looking at Chris's back and thinking, who is this guy that's always in here with Bob?
Are you familiar with Chris's back?
I am not at all.
Oh,
So that's why I never walked in, because I never knew it was Chris.
Yeah.
And then I came in from the opposite.
By the way, that implies you did see Bob and just decided to keep on walking.
No,
he thought it was Halloween when he saw my face. It's great to see you, Joe.
It's great to be here. I'm so proud of the work you've done here. It's amazing.
It's been
You've grown a reputation, although only here for about maybe 2 months, 3 months.
Yeah, it's a little less than 2 months. And we haven't even had our full grand opening yet. We have a lot more to do in terms of adding shows and setting up.
Well, my Wednesday nights are free now, Bob.
But that's good to know because we've got to build inventory. So we're getting shows out there. We got to stop podcasting them, and we have a number of other things we want to do. And after the grand opening, we're even going to give some free demonstrations of our one of our other products, the virtual reality. But what are you up to these days? Can you talk about it?
Yeah.
Because aren't you a political operative now?
I am working on a congressional race in the 17th.
Which one? 17th? Oh,
yeah.
Working for Mondare?
No. Asha Castleberry Hernandez is... Asha Castleberry Hernandez is announcing.
That's a lot. When are we going to reduce people? Whatever happened to Joe Smith? Let me see if I got it right. Asha Castleberry Hernandez.
Yeah, she's going to be announcing next week.
I know that name, Castleberry.
She actually was a correspondent for you with National Security.
Oh, that's why. Okay, because I thought I knew the name. Yeah. Okay, now she's running and she's in a race with a number of different people.
Right
so
now, it's
Monda Jones.
Monda Jones, Assemblyman David Buchwald, State Senator David Carlucci, Allison Fine, and then a former Obama DOJ advisor or aide, Ms. Farkas.
And Tom Benanti may well throw his hat in there.
Yeah, I think he's been shot away from doing that.
Well, we're going to try and get him on because we also want to see. We understand that he's pushing very hard to give grants to local radio stations or local news outlets. But more importantly, you need to get your candidate here. We had Mondare on right after he declared.
Of course.
We had him on for 30 minutes. We'll give you equal time. We'd love to hear from is Hernandez?
Yeah.
Ms. Castleberry Hernandez.
Yeah, definitely. We definitely do that. That's super exciting. I always like to know that.
So what are you doing? You're doing PR? You're out there getting votes?
Right now, I am the Media and Government Relations Manager for the New York State Society of CPAs. So I work on Wall Street.
Could you give me that thing again? Run that by me one more time.
Media and Government Relations Manager for the New York State Society of Certified Public Accountants.
May I ask a cop? I gave you an acronym. Holy shoot. So where are you working on Wall Street? My former life.
I'm on 14 Wall Street, which is right across the street from the stock exchange.
14 Wall Street. As you know, I worked down there 30 years. I've been all over, mostly down on 70 Pine, not far from where you were, is where I started, and then I moved to 42. Well, you wind up all over, and then of course the One Liberty Plaza.
Oh, of course.
And then over at the World Financial Center and all that.
It's great.
So how do you like the commutes of pain? It's not too bad.
It's not too bad. I mean, I get to pass your face every morning, and Chris is back.
Aren't you lucky? Chris you're familiar with Chris's back. We know this. And I'm a modern man.
Still saying Bob. He hasn't changed, has he?
At what point have you regretted walking in this room?
I worked with both of these gentlemen extensively, and we've also remained friends as we've gone in different ways. Occasionally, even playing cards, and it's generally agreed that I'm the worst card player either of them.
That's not only agreeable.
No, that's a fact.
I'm just so bad at it. It's awful, you know.
You can't lie at all.
Gee, it's good to see you. I still remember knowing you so long when you were in high school.
Isn't he crazy?
And you gave a talk and you outed me about my favorite newscast 100%. Then. He's telling this class what he has to do to set up for my show in the morning. Mm-hmm. And he says, and by the way, I have to be sure to put on Robin Meade. She's old news now.
Right, yeah.
She's old news now.
So who's the new?
Get up and,
I don't blame you. Good choice.
Do you know how much I hate her picture husband?
Yeah, maybe you should leave her $300 million Justin Verlander.
Why do I
never know?
He does. He pitches in the major leagues. He makes $30 million a year, and he goes home to Kate. I would not want that life. No,
I would.
It's not for you.
No, I didn't think so.
I would.
Listen.
What's he talking?
So now, what are your hours down there? Joe C. Richards, I guess, the principal.
10 to 5, 10 to 6, and then weekends and nights and early mornings I'm campaigning.
Well, when you get close to the campaign, you're going to be busy 24 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
You look good with those glasses.
I try.
Well, you do. Jovan C. Richards, when's your train? Did we make him miss your train?
No, we're good. But I want to talk about the blue wave. Look what happened this November. Another blue wave. Will it lead to 2020? I think so.
Well, yeah, but you also got the issue of you can't go so far left that we fall off the edge of the planet.
I don't think we will. I think we removed the occupant in the White House, though.
Maybe, but one can hope. Do you know AOC?
I do.
She nice?
She's
forgetting her politics. I mean, I've heard, because I'm a newsman, I care not about these things. I've heard she's considerably attractive. Is that true?
It's not only true, but it's true.
Okay.
There's no making a joke about it.
I'm not making a joke about it.
She's not only immensely smart and intelligent.
I'm not aware of these things, as you know.
Right.
Everyone's just simply a carbon-based life form, in my view. And so, have you done any work with her yet?
I haven't got to partner with her yet, but I gave her an award a couple months ago in Queens.
What award did you give her?
Young Elected of the Year.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah. Okay, and how did you get to hand her that award?
I'm the executive vice president for the New York State Young Democrats.
Okay, how many other things? If you're working for a candidate, you're working for the Society of Miserable Accountants or some such thing. But that sounds like a really exciting work. It's like when someone tells you they're an actuary. My chances of ending this conversation are 1 in 3. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go.
No, I love it. I love the work that I get to do. I get to meet a lot of cool people. I'm still involved nationally with the Democrats, especially the Young Democrats. Next week, 2 weeks, I'll be heading over to Birmingham, Alabama, for the YDA conference, and there we're expected to talk to a lot of presidential hopefuls.
Wow! So you've been very busy. Well, it's great to see you.
My pleasure.
I have one question for Yvonne, a political question.
What's that?
Mike Bloomberg, are you happy he's dipping his toe? Or would you rather...
not the official answer, the Jovan answer.
Okay, so not the political soundbite.
No, because the soundbite right now is we don't want him in the race, I hear, is what the Democrats are saying. That's the soundbite. But what's the Jovan bite? Unless you just can't say because of your affiliation.
No, I had no problem spilling tea on this one.
Spilling tea.
I think he is going to bring a new sense of a new sense to the race. However, and I say this with all respect in the world, he has a lot to apologize for, and his apology
he's been doing it already
for stop and frisk was not adequate. If you really want to apologize, start donating, putting money
Do you
to
know
the
what?
organization.
You know what? You guys don't know what it's like to be lonely. I like stop and frisk. It was the only way I can get anybody to touch me.
Yeah, the frisk part.
As a person who's been stopped and frisked, I can tell you it's not fun. It's not fun.
Man, it's so great to see you. Listen, I got to go to my next guest. By the way, do you know my next guest at all since you've been involved? A.J. Wilson, Black Westchester Magazine. He's a good journalist, but a good friend as well.
Of course.
I can't believe we
I
have
know
some of the
him.
same.
I remember when they first came out with the website.
Okay, well, the website now there's newspapers.
Now there's
behind
newspapers,
it.
right?
And they did a wonderful story about me. You could read in that.
sure
you
it's all
take it on
lies.
the train.
I'm sure it's
you
all
could
lies.
take it on the train. You could wrap fish with it.
I'm sure it's all lies.
God, it's good to see
Anything
you.
nice about Bob has to be a lie, right?
Yeah, it's so good to
pretty much.
see you, man. Jovan C. Richards, now a political operative, former newsman. We'll get you back on the air again.
Yeah.
Get your candidate in here.
I will.
Will you do that? Thank you very much. Jovan C. Richards, everybody. We're going to do the weather, and that's in Chris's department. And then we'll be right back with A.J. Woodson, the editor-in-chief of Black Westchester Magazine. Chris, they want to know what the skies are like and all that good stuff.
It is 39 degrees here along the Sound Shore. Today, mostly cloudy. We'll get up to about 48 tonight, down to 36.
It says 38.
What did I say?
39. Let's be specific.
Dress accordingly.
Go ahead, finish.
Wednesday it'll be overcast as well. Temperatures will be in the mid-40s. Thursday, nicest day of the week. Mostly sunny skies. The high will be 50 degrees. And weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. It's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And I'm Chris Conway for Radio Westchester.
Thank you very much, Chris. The bottom of the hour is brought to you also by our friends at United Hebrew, operated campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.com. Aging Issues Management and Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Pena and Kahn, plug-in virtual reality, and Dominic Cigars. And we go to the aforementioned next guest. Very busy. We have a story that made the news today we're going to ask him about. Please welcome, and you love his signature hello. It makes my day every time. Please welcome A.J. Woodson. Good morning, A.J.
Good morning.
Good morning. You want to say hello to a friend? He says he knows you, and I want to be sure. Put your headphones back on before you leave. Do you know Jovan C. Richards, political operative and bagman? And say.
Yes, I do.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm doing well. See, I don't lie to you, Bob.
No, that much. You're in politics now. What do you want? I have to double check.
It's a spin. It's not a lie, sir.
It's a spin.
And I have to start out by saying I absolutely do not know what Chris's back looks like.
Oh, oh man. So now, one of the things we've done here, Jovan, before you go, since you're a news guy, our regulars, we have more traditional regulars, but one of the things we made a commitment when we built this radio station is that the people that are on the ground doing the hard work, we get them all on. Hezzy Aris, Bob Cox, Black Westchester Magazine, Del Husler, and others, and we're going to continue a commitment to do that, and we think it'll help the community, in addition to all the other things we do nationally and regionally. So listen, thank you very much.
All right, see you guys later.
All right, you be good. And we go now to A.J. Woodson, the editor-in-chief of Black Westchester Magazine. We talked a little bit about this last week, A.J., but it's making the news now. Yesterday, and it was good to see the teamwork, we had the acting mayor, the current mayor, Andre Wallace, sitting down with Sean Patterson Howard, both scratching their heads and trying to deal with the following story, that New York City is sending its homeless all over Westchester, and 100, well, and elsewhere in the country, but 100 of them are headed to Mount Vernon, and all y'all get is your city gets a year, and then you're on your own.
Yes. Well, for a long time, Mount Vernon has been the dumping ground. As all the other municipalities build their cities up, and they get rid of their poor and their homeless and whatever, they ship them to Mount Vernon.
Now, is there some way, and have you yet talked with, we're going to try and get Sean Patterson Howard on and Andre later in the week as well. Have you talked to either of them, and what do you know about this issue, and what can be done to protect Mount Vernon?
Well, actually, I was with you on Saturday, but I did not talk to either one of them. I did talk to Andre, and then he had called when I was up, when I came up to the station, and he was talking about that. Because I think there was an article in the Post that was quoting him about it. It is a problem, and I'm glad to see that they're working together to tackle this problem. Even back when Ernie Davis was mayor, that's one of the things he complained about. Them shipping everybody here, but then cutting the services, which has been the problem. You can't send people here and then cut the services to the city.
Now, is it even, and I realize I have to ask this of them, but to your knowledge, is it even negotiable? Are we, is there a possibility to say, hey, we need to approve this before you do it, or once they give them money, we're stuck?
I don't know. I know, again, and Dana spoke about it when we were up there. A friend of ours, Sandy Barnaby, who's the head of the social worker, the Organization of Social Workers, I don't know what it's called, but most of the time, when they're trying to place people, they're told to look at Mount Vernon.
Wow. So this is, and again, this is not to disparage people who are homeless or who have social or personal or medical or mental health issues, but why target Mount Vernon? Why not take care of the problem themselves in New York? And if they really want to help Mount Vernon, maybe there ought to be some stipend involved too to offset the cost after these people run out of their year, no?
I don't even think they care. It's about getting them from where they are and moving them somewhere else. And Mount Vernon seems to be the place that they move them all to. Now, the interesting thing is Mount Vernon is on the verge of gentrification, and if they build up Mount Vernon and move everybody where they're going to move them from, since Mount Vernon is the place they send them all.
Well, interesting. This is, all of a sudden, when people are doing things that they know kind of aren't kosher, if you will, they always cite the loophole in the law that allows it. Listen to this. New York City's Department of Homeless Services responded to the backlash in a statement that said, all New Yorkers, including those who may be experiencing homelessness, have the right to seek housing where they can afford it and employment where they can find it. So I guess what we need to do is support the mayor and the mayor-elect in their efforts to deal with this and give them a platform. So we'll be sure to do that here, as I'm sure you will too.
Absolutely.
What else is going on in Mount Vernon? It's sort of like all quiet on the Western Front as the year winds down, but a lot of the issues are still there. We have audits, waiting for audits of all these different organizations. What's going on?
Well, I know there's still stuff going on at the police department. I think recently one of the officers was arrested and arraigned or whatever on for domestic violence or something.
Yeah.
And that was his third incident. This was an incident against a younger female officer, but this was his third incident, and I guess this 2 strikes and he was out.
I guess so. Now, your city, and don't quote me directly on this, but my conversation with Sean Patterson Howard, even we've had some post-mortems with the former mayor, Richard Thomas. Are you concerned at all as a journalist that the police department has issues as they are that need to be looked into? Do you get any sense of that?
Well, everything has to do. It starts with leadership, and as you know, it's been a problem with leadership.
Yes.
And if the leadership is not in place, and you don't have good leadership, the rest of the department is not going to function properly. There need to be a total cleaning of the police department. Now, let me just first say, because I get accused of being anti-police, there's a lot of very good police officers.
Of course.
A lot of people that the majority of the individuals in the Mount Vernon Police Department and the local other police departments, they go in, they do what they're supposed to do. They don't try to abuse their power. They do what they're supposed to do. But then you have those bad apples that make it bad for everybody, and those are the ones you read about. So, but most of the officers I respect a lot of what they do, and I just want to put that out there.
Oh, yeah, I know you need to say that, and of course that's true, but it shouldn't stop you, nor does it, I'm sure, from doing your job. So one can assume that when Sean Patterson Howard goes in, that you'll be taking a hard look at leadership in that department and perhaps others.
Well, they're talking about some word on the street that they're bringing in a police commissioner, some guy from Yonkers, I can't remember his name.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Some people have a problem with it. I believe he's a white gentleman, and Mount Vernon is predominantly black city, and I don't know. They say he's a good guy. Some people say he's a good guy. I don't know anything about him, so I haven't had a chance to, really vet him or get into him yet. But I'm hearing that's the case. I believe that Sean Patterson Howard is off to a good start. She's meeting with all the people she needs to meet with. Mm-hmm. She's trying to get things set up. I believe Andre Wallace taking over for the end of Richard Thomas's term is a good thing, and it will be a much smoother transition than it would have been, because we haven't had smooth transitions in the last few administrations. We'll see. I mean,
if I may, I just a story about the homeless being transported to Mount Vernon, and a picture sometimes captures 1,000 words. To see Sean Patterson Howard and Andre Wallace cooperating in the same room was like a breath of fresh air. It really was. It was good to see. Kudos to both of them.
I mean, they both said that they would work with the other ones, so I guess they're putting money where their mouth is, because everybody always says that. So I'm glad to hear that you saw that. I'm very glad to hear that.
Do you know what happens with Andre now? Does he go back? Does he keep his job in as a councilman, or when he assumed this job, did he forfeit that? Do you know?
No. Much like Richard Thomas, it was the end of the term. He didn't rerun for his seat.
Oh, I see.
So his term was up. He didn't run for re-election for his term, the same way Richard Thomas did in the last election.
We'll have to see what he's going to do with the rest of his career. I don't get the sense that Andre Wallace is moving out of the political arena. I don't know if you do or not, but that's my sense.
I think Andre Wallace will be in good shape. I think he'll go back to doing the stuff that he did before he got into
he's a successful businessman. I know that.
But on top of being a successful businessman, he did a lot of job training for the youth in construction, getting them union jobs and training them, and in all the things, construction and other things, which is very good. He provided a lot of jobs for a lot of young people that normally would not have gotten those kind of jobs and those kind of salaries. Giving people a second chance that had problems with the law when they were younger, and he took them under his wing. And I know a few of them personally would probably have been in and out of jail, but now they're working for construction in the union, starting off at $35 an hour. You know what I mean?
I'm ready to switch careers now. 8:49. You and I are going to go do construction now instead of local journalism. It is 8:49. My guest is H.A. Woodson, the editor-in-chief of Black Westchester magazine. I'm sure you saw the story, two stories as we all did, coming out of the county. Maybe we should have been county legislators as well. The Westchester considers a 52% pay raise for lawmakers and 26% for department heads. That coupled with the story the day before that of the county executive self-amalgating, saying, nope, we're only going to do 2 terms and we'll make it law. What's your reaction to both those stories, AJ?
I did hear C.E. Latimer on the show yesterday, when they talk about the terms. Mm-hmm. I believe in term limits, because once look at Congress, we have a lot of people that basically die in their position. They have the seat forever until they die, and walking around with oxygen masks and water dispensers. stuff.
There was that one senator, I guess it was Jesse Helms. He was stuffed. I think he was actually stuffed and dead before he actually left. So your point is well taken. Continue, please.
Yeah, so I mean, after years and years, what you see is some complacency, which was the complaint about County Legislator Gordon Burroughs, and that they got beat by the new girl Ruth Water.
Mm-hmm.
One of the complaints was that he had been there so long, he hadn't been out and about and wasn't about the people no more. You start getting complacent. When you have term limits, you have newer people coming in, hopefully with new ideas, and it's good. You give somebody else a shot. You do what you do. You get out, and then the next person comes in, and hopefully, the city benefits or the county benefits from new ideas.
Well, one of the criticisms we got from some callers was that, well, he's the county executive. He could have just self-imposed and not run for a third term, which I guess is true. But putting it into law maybe gives it a little more bite. Do you think?
Yeah, well, that is true. We were talking about term limits in Mount Vernon in the 2015 election, and Ernie Davis was saying we don't need term limits, we already have them. He said because when the people retired, they voted for Clinton Young, so they term limited him on their own.
Yeah. And plus the big guy upstairs has term limited all of us, hasn't he?
Yes.
All right, what about these raises? I thought, well, first of all, these folks hadn't had raises since 2005 and 2007, respectively, talking about the legislature and the executives. But these are pretty big raises, 52%, and these are, I thought, were part-time jobs, but the county, not the county executive,
legislators.
The legislators are going from 49 to 75. I knew I should have run.
Wow.
Not bad for part-time gig.
Absolutely not, because most of them have other jobs. Like Lyndon Williams, our legislator, he's a lawyer, so most of them have other jobs. Have day jobs. So
Chris, we're running.
The first thing that came to mind, I know they've been trying to do this, like zero-based
budgeting. Yeah.
Every year. I want to see how they're able to do that this year.
Well, you know what? The county executive, when he announced these increases, has said that he already baked it into the budget that has a small tax cut in it. So, but what's interesting is there's a story within the story here, and I have to be honest. I like George, but this seems to be a little bit of I don't know, maybe even disingenuous is the right word, but I guess he feels he has to do it. He is increasing everybody's salary but his own. So that even so let's look at some of these numbers. The lawmakers are going to make $75,000. Department heads are going from $155,000 to $195,000. Now, Deputy County Executive Ken Jenkins is going up to from 157 to 197, and the health commissioner is going from 172 to 230. Now, in that case, I sort of get it, only because if she were a doctor in private life, she probably could, you got to compete with that. But then again, if she wanted to make that kind of money, maybe she should have been a doctor. It's like all these judges that become judges because it's an easier payday than schlepping for clients. Sorry, judges, but you now know how I feel. A lot of you, not all of you. But here is the kicker. Are you ready for the kicker?
Mm-hmm.
Latimer's letting his own salary stay 160, and obviously so people can't say you give yourself a raise. Well, as a citizen, and with all due respect to the county executive, I agree with that. You've got the toughest job. You take the heat. If your deputy's making 195, 197, you ought to make two.
Well, yeah, the deputy making more than the county exec.
Everybody is. All the department heads, too. You can't have that. It's not baseball. And that's where I'm going to ask the county executive. I believe. See, I've always been in favor of paying these people a little better because public office doesn't get good people because the salaries often are not commensurate with the private sector. What say you?
Well, the salary situation. I mean, even with locally,
Richard Thomas often complained he couldn't get a lot of people to come here to be police commissioners because of the work and the salary.
Yeah.
Compared to other cities, the salary was so low compared to other cities, and most of them wanted more money. So most of the good people that he had, they wouldn't take the job because of the salary. So I understand that. I have to wrap my head about these prices, these salaries, and that I don't see the county, the deputy getting more money than the county. Except.
Well, or all the department heads as well. Hey, how does that sound? Bob Marrone, county legislator. $5,000 on. I could. And again, I'd work hard at the job, folks. I may run. I actually toyed with the idea of running for District 1 here, but I thought, Martha Lopez was, ready. That district needed a Latino. The place, it's 90% Latino. It's a great neighborhood, by the way, very underrated, and it needed someone who could speak for the majority, so I was happy for that. But one of these days, I just might run. These jobs are worth it. Absolutely.
So,
anything else you're working on now that I've depressed you that you're not working in government or an elected office? Anything else you work on that we ought to know about that'll be upcoming soon?
It's one last thing about government. Being an elected official, I actually think this has come up. Both Damon and I have been asked to run for various different things, and we thought we should run.
I'm surprised Damon hasn't, actually.
Well, he ran for city council before, but
I didn't know.
He had such a hard go with it, that and the tax that he didn't do it again. But we actually, I don't want to say have more power. I think we are more effective. We affect more change doing what we're doing than being an elected official.
Yeah, actually, you do in the press, and I feel the same way about this as well. Actually, my tongue-in-cheek stuff aside,
and there's so many things that he can't say and can't do, which I don't have those limitations because
Well, I thoroughly understand that.
I'm a Mount Vernon City Council person. I've gone to those meetings and watched people actually curse them the heck out. I don't know. At some point, I don't know. They might get rid of me because I curse back at the person. Like I just, you're not going to keep cursing.
Well,
cursing me up.
Say what you will about President Trump. He does do that. He's got that same bug you do. He gives it right back to them. So
yeah, it might be like F you. They like this guy got to go.
Hey, listen. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Then you got to worry about not offending certain people, and I don't mean being politically correct. I mean, some people have a big campaign donors, and people you just gotta be. I don't have to be those things.
No. Well, you know what? I can't get any politician to really come on and talk about this issue that's gone on here in New Rochelle with the football coach because, again, and this is not to disparage him, he's got a wonderful reputation, but because he has a wonderful reputation and so many people love the guy, people are afraid to come on and tell me what they don't like about him, and it's really interesting. They tell me off the record, but they won't tell me on the record. But the nice thing about radio is we can do that, and the press as well. So
I just want to say this to your audience. That's one of the hardest things. Like in the city of Mount Vernon, of course, a lot of people won't speak because they have either they or their family members have jobs working for the city, so they can't speak up. But so many people will not speak on the record.
Yep.
They will tell you stuff and expect you to do a story, but they don't give it to you on the record or give you anything that you could work with.
Very true.
And then they don't understand why you don't cover the issues. And I just want to say to the audience or whoever's listening, we need y'all to come on the record and make those statements. It makes our job easier. There's so much more we could do with that,
Or if I may, to add to what you're saying, this one guy used to come on my show regularly, and he was a pretty popular guy in the city. I won't mention his name, but he used to give me what he thought were leads. This cop told me that blah, bitty, blah, bitty, blah, bitty, blah. Do a story on it. I say, well, can I talk? Well, don't call him. I said, will he give me his source? No. Just do it. I won't do it. I won't do it without checking it out. I get that all the time. And by the way, what people think sometimes is an offensive thing is not. It's just their interpretation.
It's not newsworthy.
Yeah.
Like, everything is not newsworthy. This is what I deal with every day almost. Yeah. Everything's not newsworthy.
Well, what a perfect segue, because my next guest, and I see he's been calling on the other line, and I will get to him, is the professor of mass communications and ethics at Iona. So we'll ask him about sources and methods. But A.J. Woodson, editor-in-chief of Black Westchester Magazine, keep doing what you're doing. It's actually a newspaper. I'm looking at copies now. Folks who want to read it. Wonderful story about a handsome broadcaster. Thank you. A.J. Woodson, thank you so very much. You have a great day. We're going to track down Dr. Breslin in a moment. But first, Chris Conway is going to share the weather with you. Chris.
Good morning, Bob. It is 38 degrees along the Sound Shore here in New Rochelle. Mostly cloudy for the rest of the day. The temperature will approach 50 degrees. Tonight, mostly cloudy, temperature 36. Tomorrow, overcast skies, 45 degrees. Thursday, sunny skies, and high will be 50. And weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle. Voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. It's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And I'm Chris Conway for Radio Westchester.
Thank you very much, Chris. It is 9:01, and a reminder, the bottom of the hour, now rather the top of the hour, the 9 o'clock hour is our long-form interview. We will have one break in the middle, another at the end. Our guest, Professor Jack Breslin, who's on hold right now, Mass Communications and Ethics, and the hour is brought to you also by the United Hebrew of New Rochelle, top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.com. Aging Issues Management, the law firm of Pena and Dominic Cigars, and Plug-in Virtual Reality. And please welcome once again, so much going on, so much in the press, and having just finished up with a man asking about sources and methods, please welcome the Professor of Mass Communications and Ethics at Iona College, Professor Jack Breslin. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning, Bob. How did you know it was me? It could have been somebody calling on my office line.
No, I have a system of knowing. I can't tell you. But plus, a man like you doesn't miss a hit. And but we have our ways of making journalists talk. Anyway,
go ahead.
I was just talking, and you may have heard a little bit while we had you on hold. I was just talking with a fellow local journalist about all the people who come up and ask us, and I get it all the time. And my favorite story comes this one time. Bob, this policeman told me this is what's going on and that thing. And I said, well, can you put me in touch with him? No. Can he go on the record? No. Will he go on background? No. I said, who are the principals involved? Well, no, you should just go tell people right now. I said, I can't do it without checking the facts. How common is it for people to do that? A. B, how common is it for people not to understand what really a story is because it's their pet little thing?
In my little journalism experience, just about every day.
Yes.
I used to, after hours, I was a workaholic at the Daily Freeman, so I stayed till 6, 7 o'clock, went and took my swim, got something to eat, went back until midnight, but they fired me anyway. They did me a favor, actually. Whole other story. And I used to call it funny phone, that the switchboard was supposed to go right back to the circulation department, because that's what most of the calls were, it's not funny to laugh, but one time a lady, he's sneezing. What? What did you put in the ink of that paper? He's sneezing when he's reading it.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, the guy was reading the paper and he sneezes, and his wife calls up and complains, talk to circulation. Anyway, occasionally there'll be that call like, are you Jack Breslin? Yeah, okay, fine, yeah, it was deep throat, and meanwhile, you don't know where the bodies are buried in this town, God bless you, kid. And I said, well, why don't we sit down and talk? This guy in particular, why don't we, sit and have, a beer at some bar over on the other side of the river or something? Oh, well, no, you keep digging, kid, and they'll find out. And, maybe he just had nothing else to do with his life. Or another one who, my buddy had warned me that he, would come around once in a while, and again, this is after Watergate, so this guy, they all thought they were deep throat, and he
he had worked on the reassessment of property taxes
Oh, God.
in the city of Kingston.
That's
and
a third rail.
that the people who he reported to had given him lists of people who were supposed to get breaks. And I said, okay, let me see the list. And well, I said, what's your name? Phil for now is fine. So finally I was down at City Hall, and I asked somebody, and they go, oh, he's going by Phil now, huh? What do you mean? He says, oh, he's been hitting everybody up. We fired him for smoking pot on the job. Okay, nice talking to you, pal. What planet you're on today. But there, constantly you got these, and then even, guest columnists that the editors would ask to write stuff, and all of a sudden you'd find out in the middle of the conspiracy theory kind of stuff. And I remember this one guy standing in front of the editor's desk for like 15 minutes. You just don't know what's going on in this country. And so you have these people that have their little agenda, and they just think because they talk to you, you're supposed to print it.
Yeah, I know.
And even at the little Post-Star newspaper of Saugerties, when I freelanced for them, occasionally when I wanted to turn in a story, I'd be watching this fiasco going on. At 10, 15 minutes, this person would just not leave the office, because they had this story, and you got to print this. And unfortunately, a lot of times they just don't realize, as you say, what we go through in instruction and mass communications. What is news? The problem is the consequence of timeliness, and the basic element that I have to laugh when you go through these steps. I wrote a research paper a few years ago about Nellie Bly, who went around the world in 72 days to prove that you could do it at the time. She worked for the New York World, famous woman journalist, on. And I used the format, the theory of the news values. But in that news value, it wasn't truth. It's not there. It's consequence and consequence and prominence, and does it affect me? Is it timely? Are there long-term effects? All those kinds of values we talk about. Well, the truth is not among one of those values because people print sometimes stuff that is not true. They don't bother to check it out.
Well, no, they do not, and it always becomes a problem. And I learned that out very early on in my radio news, the news part of the career, when I stopped doing nights and started doing hard news. There were those stories that came out about the Mexicans who were sending up American flags and putting them upside down in flag poles at different places. It goes back maybe 12 years. And so one of my interns comes in and says, did you see this picture? Do a story on it. I said, where is it out of? And he said, the city. I said, call the school. And why would I call the school? Here is a picture. I said, it takes a tenth of a second to take a picture, take a photograph. Call the school, find out, call the principal, call the press office. It turns out that flag was not put up by the school. It was put up by a student, and it was taken down within 5 minutes. And I said, well, that's why you check out the story. But I have another conundrum for you, and it's ticklish. And people can see now real time an issue that I have right here, and you can give us a little hand with it. Again, we're talking with Professor Jack Breslin, mass communications and ethics, has been a journalist and a PR person in his own right. And it's the issue of dealing with sacred cows. And I'll explain to you what we have. We have here in New Rochelle a football coach who has earned every bit of respect and good works, and he's brought kids into his football program, and as someone said yesterday, turned them into men and responsible citizens. He's helped them when they were down on their luck. He wins football games. He's one of the few figures in a diverse city who was revered in all neighborhoods, African American, Latino, white, purple. Heck, the Humane Society loved the guy. However, he did, and it doesn't seem like it's a terribly egregious thing, but nonetheless, it appears that he broke a procedural rule in dealing with a sick student, perhaps, and we don't know all the details yet. But what the schools did is they put him on and it's kind of part of their protocol, a reassignment, and there was a big football game coming up pending an investigation. And it has to do with how you handle a sick student. We don't know all the protocols yet either. Do you call 911? Do you go to the nurse's office? What we know is or what is out there, it's out there, so we can talk about it. But these may not be exact facts. Is that he may have called this student's father. The student is alleged to have been seriously inebriated, and then got who he knew, who was a family member, and got the person to help through the father without going through channels. Anyway, that's fundamentally what he's charged with. But and so people are going after the principal of the school, who may well have been doing her job, may well have properly. But here's the question: this guy's a sacred cow, and it's huge trying to get the whole story, because there are a lot of people, for example, and I can say this, who feel that that this coach, while a wonderful human being, flaunts his power, takes advantage of the fact that he's a sacred cow. But they won't go on the record because they're petrified of the mob. But again, it has nothing to do with what happened, but it's that ticklish of an issue. This is what they pay us for. Or pay us.
Right. Mm-hmm.
What are the rules of the road for dealing with these? I'm just trying to stay with the fact, but nonetheless, this is a tough one. There are people who, just for what I just said, would want to torch my studio.
Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe they'll torch me too. Even though I live in the city of New Rochelle and also have a residence upstate, some back and forth, I'm not aware of a lot of local news. So I found out about the story. I heard a little bit about it, and then I was getting some Friday evening refreshment down at the North End Tavern, and I see these signs around me on the bar. We support Coach D, right? That's the initial, Coach D. Yeah, and I'm like, and there's the fleur-de-lis of New Rochelle High School, and I went, wait a minute, I think I know what this story is. And of course, these people were all around me. So finally I said, oh, hi, and I started talking to them. Well, they were trying to get press attention. How can we get attention on this? Now, you got to be careful what you get yourself involved in. Mm-hmm. And, of course, eventually I did give them my card and said, well, if you want to talk about this, maybe I can help you out. Never heard from them. But meanwhile, on the news, there it was, Channel 7, that they had been in the game and they had won.
Yes.
So you got one little media bite. All right.
It's a lot of bites on this story.
Around there. So there's media around there, and then I suggested, why don't you stage some kind of protest, or why don't the students do a walkout, something to attract media attention, because that's what brings the media in. The story, you got one, but you got to keep on keeping it in the news. You got to keep up with new angles in order to keep it in there. Well, whatever. But now, as you explain more of the facts, or what are alleged to be the facts, then I see there's another side to the story that, of course, those people they talk about.
Well, there's even more depth.
I didn't write anything, but of course you got to go and you got to get both sides, all 3 or 4 sides of the story, before you write anything. And it was interesting, even though I could barely hear the report on Channel 7, it really didn't have any details at all. It just was the fact that, he was on suspension or reassigned, and they won the game, period. On to the next story.
Well, what there are, of course, there are levels to the story. We have a wonderful local journalist, Bob Cox, who goes into detail and is the guy who exposed a lot of the corruption at the school going on these last 10 years and does a great job. And he's been looking into, for example, whether or not there were any vendettas involved, dealing with different people who worked there in the school system, perhaps who the coach might have had a run-in with. But once again, these are details that may or may not and that sometimes obscure the basic issue, which is, and everybody's got an opinion, did he break the rule or not, and did it warrant the action that was taken? That's really what the essence of the story is. But what I'm learning is, when you're dealing with an icon or a sacred cow, anything that besmirches them is an offense. And yet the superintendent has a job to do. See, my take, and it was my early take, and it was without all the facts, and I'll put it in a nutshell. And but again, this was commentary, not news. And I stated as such. Over the last several years, we've had people in our school system. I'm just trying to give you a sense for what we're dealing with from a news perspective. We've had people go to jail. We've had a scandal over grades. We've had a scandal over graduation rates. We've had, again, people go to jail over malfeasance in some of the departments having to do with like groundskeeping and transportation, et cetera. Not being very specific there, but we've had a woman die. We've had people complain about the whether or not it was an open campus or not, and disingenuousness on the part of the administration that have resulted in the chasing out of Dodge of the superintendent, the dismissal of a principal, and all kinds of stuff. And here's my point. Most of those things shed light on the fact that there was not a lot of transparency, the leadership was weak, and integrity was a foreign subject. So now, rightly or wrongly, a superintendent comes in, and she came in on another cloud because she sued New York City for racial bias. But nonetheless, she spent an hour in here, and we can only go, and commentary can only be based on what you know and believe. And I'm going on the record, probably the most earnest, well thought through education administrators I have ever interviewed in 15 years. Extraordinary woman. So she makes a decision, perhaps politically unwise, but she makes a decision that I'm still holding on to, and I hope for her sake, based on integrity, and a place not used to integrity, because integrity doesn't just burn those who've done something regularly inappropriate. It occasionally also burns the sainted who broke a rule. And those are the hard facts. But I got to tell you, it's been a tough story to cover. I mean, people are just up in arms, Doctor.
Yeah, just seeing briefly the reaction of those folks, sitting around the bar. I guess they had come from the game or something, and as the evening wore on, things got a little more emotional. I kept my mouth shut, of course, which is really difficult for me to do sometimes.
Yes, I know.
And I sympathize with them, but I just could not get involved. I did not know this person. I have a connection to Rochelle High School. They asked me my opinion because when I started talking to them, what do you do? Oh, I teach at Iona and so forth, and mass communications and so forth. And I gave them my card. And I said, if there's anything, you want to ask me about, fine. But I'm not going to get on a protest line. I'm not going to, shoot my mouth off about, this is, the man has been mistreated, or, the superintendent did this and that, because I don't cover the story. I don't know. I'm basically going by what I hear from you or I hear from those folks. But if I was the reporter in the middle of it, I would be dancing around as much as I could to get both sides of the story.
Yeah, we did. We had on the union yesterday. Yeah. We had on the civil rights activists. We're trying to do that.
Particularly the angle of the people it affects the most, namely the student athletes. Yes. What are they thinking? Or are they putting a barrier around them and they won't let them talk?
No, they talked, and again, to their credit, they're supporting this wonderful coach. See, what people seem to have a problem with, and I'm almost being plaintive about this, that a wonderful, great, terrific, great human being coach could break a rule. They see, he can't break a rule. He's wonderful, and that's not real. And it troubles me a great deal, because one of the things, if I've learned anything doing hard news and even my past executive life, that people have a hard time with integrity. It bothers them. It's like, because integrity means, even the 300 hitter, when they get called out at the plate, is still a great hitter, but you just got called out. It might be that this guy broke a rule, and people don't even want to know it. And and it's always been thus.
Yeah. So therefore, you gotta cover the story from, as I said, as many possible angles as you can, and print what you think to be the truth, and then meanwhile be objective.
Yeah, and it's difficult.
And that's a difficult road to hoe.
Speaking of 919, I'm looking at a number of stories here. that have to do with whistleblowing. There has been yet another whistleblower, this time now out of the IRS. And a whistleblower had filed a complaint accusing Treasury Department officials of improperly interfering with the handling of President Trump's tax returns. Now, what is the history of protecting whistleblowers? And the zeitgeist still treats them as rats, and we have a president of the United States who doesn't respect the whistleblower law, or for that matter, the Constitution, calling the Emoluments Clause phony. I don't know how you can call something that's in the Constitution phony. You may not like it, so you can say it's ridiculous, but how do you call it phony? Tell us about whistleblower laws.
Distinguished background in constitutional law, you know.
No, but tell us about whistleblower laws, their evolution, and how important they are.
Well, I can't say it's my area of expertise. It's not something that I have researched. But in protecting people's identity, going along in parallel with journalist privilege, if there's parallel there. How many times would stories that need to be told, they would not be printed if the individual was not guaranteed some form of protection that I won't use a name. Mm-hmm. And as we know, journalists have gone to jail rather than revealing a source.
Good for them.
And so that's how firmly they believe in this privilege. Now, on the other side, with the whistleblower, you don't necessarily have that kind of protection necessarily on the privilege level as you would have in the parallel with journalist privilege. But on the other hand, this person under law expects to have confidentiality, expects to have protection, but then the President of the United States just laughs at it and says no, or didn't his son print the name or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. His son's a functional moron, but go ahead.
Yeah, we won't even give him any coverage. But meanwhile, it's kind of sad when these kind of people get this kind of attention, merely because they are the son or daughter of the President of the United States, and at least it seems as though they don't have the influence that they had in the beginning of the administration, being in the West Wing and telling Daddy what to do. I think that's kind of toned down a little bit. But in the meantime, the whistleblower comes forth in good faith to tell what they know, and they should have the protection under law, whether it's a federal or a state statute. And of course, in this case, I wouldn't want to be the person right now because there's a lot of people who would like to do that person harm.
Now, a president, I was going to say to be fair, but it's so difficult to say this, but a president ought to know that he was putting that person in danger. Why wouldn't a president who's sworn to protect the people and the Constitution, why wouldn't he be aware of that?
Well, unfortunately, I'm not inside his head, and I don't want to be, and so I really can't answer that question. That we have a president here who just feels as if he's above the law, that for years has been doing this kind of, I don't even know the verb to use, of just ignoring the law and going by what he interprets to be and living in his own world and surrounding himself with people who facilitate this behavior. And now, I don't know if it's finally dawned on him that, no, you're the President of the United States, you can't do this, and to harass a witness who's testifying in front of Congress and calling her names and stuff it just has gone so far beyond comprehension that if you turn this into a movie company as a script, they'd say, no, this, fiction has to resemble reality.
Well, this is a feeling I have, and maybe it's just too much doing the news, but that wonderful series on Netflix with, Kevin Spacey, which kind of got derailed because of what he did, or is alleged to have done. I never thought in my lifetime I'd see real life, with the exception of pushing the girl in front of the subway, that in real life I'd see worse. But I have. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I want to move on to something else. We're going to take a quick break. We have to do a weather report, and then we will be back with Professor Jack Breslin. And when we come back, we are going to talk. I just have the note in front of me. And I lost it. Yes, I want to talk about Michael Bloomberg and the things that he said about women that are now coming out that he now has to apologize for, number one, but also how far is too far with the Me Too movement? How much have we done away with due process, and what is the press's role in that? When we return, right now it's time for the weather, and I bring you the weather with Chris Conway. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Bob. Right now it's 39 degrees in New Rochelle. Mostly cloudy for the rest of the day. The temperatures will go up to the upper 40s. Tonight, mostly cloudy. Temperatures will be in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, overcast skies, mid-40s. Thursday, mostly sunny skies, and the high will be 50. Weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. And it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And I'm Chris Conway for Radio Westchester.
Thank you very much, Chris. We'll head to the bottom of the hour now. This is Radio Westchester. We're the station at the New Rochelle train station. The program, Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am Bob Marrone. We're supported this bottom half of the hour by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, the top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.com. Aging Issues Management, the law firm of Pena and Kahn, Dominic Cigars, and Plug-in Virtual Reality. Again, after our grand opening, and we don't know exactly when it's going to be yet, with the city, we will be offering free samples and free experiences with virtual reality. If you're interested in advertising or even doing that, you should give us a call at 914-727-2726, 914-727-2726. Also, someone has popped in who used to be on the air with us at another radio station, and we will be doing a show. One of the new shows that we'll be introducing soon will be about the work that they do. The CEO of Choice has visited us today. We're going to talk to him before we get out of the hour. But first, we go back to our long-form session with Jack Breslin. He is professor of mass communications and ethics at Iona. Thank you so much again for being with us today, Professor. I'm concerned about, and I know many people are, the Me Too movement having gone so far as people being guilty before they're given any really fair hearing. Number one. Number two, now Michael Bloomberg, because of some of the things he said, which were misogynistic back in the day when Wall Street was so filled with testosterone you could grow a beard by drinking a cup of water. What does he have to do to make amends? Can anyone make amends in this climate?
Bloomberg, I love those billionaires, right? Well, I respect anyone who, steps up to lead and is willing to take on office of presidency. I respect what they're doing and so forth. But there's the type of thing that I'm a billionaire, you pay attention to me, and I was mayor of New York, I can do just a better job. And now, whoever he is surrounding himself with on his PR team says, all right, we got to be proactive here. We got to address these issues. Or, I've never met the man. I never worked with him. I don't know what size head. He just does his own PR. Because a long time ago, I was interviewed for a press secretary job with a congressman whom I had known was an assemblyman. It was supposed to be a slam dunk. I was supposed to be on the campaign. If he got reelected, I was going to be the press secretary. Well, thank you very much. I didn't get it. And meanwhile, I was told by the AA, his administrative assistant, the person who ran the office, he's just going to do whatever he wants. I mean, you can sit there and you can counsel him and advise him. He's going to turn around the next day and do exactly the opposite of what you said. And I said, oh, that sounds like a fun job. Mm-hmm. But meanwhile, I had, I was going to work in the White House someday, and I thought this was between America's Most Wanted and my academic career. So there you have someone who is paying you to give them advice, and they're just ignoring you. Now, I don't know if Bloomberg's doing that. So this strategy of going into the past and digging things out, okay. Proactively, yes. You put out the fires before they start. Okay, but then the other thing is you think that you can control the narrative, you can control the agenda. Not necessarily. So you might be lighting the fire and it won't go out. So in one sense, to address these issues in a news cycle that lasts 30 seconds, by the end of the week, people will forget what he said about stop and frisk, and now he'll forget about what he said about women. So it's so early in his campaign that there's the strategy of let's put out the fire quick and move on to other stuff, and we will address the issues that we're interested in. There's the other thing that Noah could explode in your face, and other people will start coming forward, and Me Too movement, somebody might accuse him of, some kind of sexual misconduct. So, you're taking a little bit of chance there on that proactive, that other people would say, oh, that's the way to do it.
Well, yeah. Well, you know who famously did that? Mayor Patterson. If you remember, after Client 9 and his predecessors' problems, he admitted as soon as he took the new job that, yeah, I had some extramarital affairs, and they went away. So that does work. The only thing with Bloomberg, though, one of the appealing features of him as a candidate, Professor, was that he did have the mixed bag. He could be pro-abortion at the same time that he did stop and frisk and things like that. That helped keep New York safe. That was one of the things that recommended him. So what is he hoping, do you think, that, well, now I can establish my liberal bona fides because the primaries are all about extremists? See, it sounds to me like the problem is in the process of how we select these people. We make dishonest people out of honest men.
Yeah, because I think if you look historically how early the process started, I didn't do any research to see, was there a time where people started announcing, over a year before the first primary. But it's such a long cycle that people get tired of it, or that the issues become stale. And as you said, extremists, people throwing these bombs around to try to get attention, whether or not they actually believe what they are saying, or they're just trying to get some kind of news coverage or today social media presence over it. So I think in his case, he is testing the waters. Of course, to him to put down a couple bucks to run is nothing. I'm sure he likes the attention too. People are saying that, he's avoiding the early contests. Well, when you look at the later contests, you could be down by several hundred delegates and still win because you pick up the big states. Mm-hmm. So even though you don't go to Iowa or New Hampshire, there might be a new strategy here to just avoid that and let the other ones kick each other around, let the winner come out with a minimal amount of delegates, and then just slam dunk them in the other primaries. So it could be interesting to watch. Or, again, he likes the media attention and likes stepping around and gives speeches, and they'll say, no, I'm not going to run.
Well, the one thing about Michael, I don't think that he has, I think he could live without media attention. I don't think he has that side to him, but it is what it is. But what about now the Me Too movement in general? Where is the sweet spot? Because it has gone too far, in my view anyway. Lives are getting ruined, reputations destroyed for a mistake made long, long ago in some cases, and also due process being denied. Where's the sweet spot here? Or are we just on the sea of opinion, and that's really what makes boats float or not?
Yeah, I think in the beginning of the Me Too movement, there were a lot of people who were rightly accused and also people who were wrongly accused. And all it takes is one person to come out and say that really hurts a person's reputation, and that person really does not have any kind of remedy other than, a libel suit to try to settle that down. And libel suits are very long, they're very expensive, and they're very painful. And actually, the allegation that you wish to go away, if you file a suit, it lasts for years rather than a couple of days.
Yes.
So there are people who are being brought to justice in the court of public opinion or in a courtroom. There are people, men and women, who are finally getting justice for what happened. Yet on the other side, as you said, there are people who are wrongly accused because of someone being vindictive.
Well, or likely
in my own career, I remember somebody out in L.A. who, this was 93, 94, who was wrongly accused by a young woman who had not gotten a promotion that she thought she deserved, and accused him, and it was absolutely false. And his wife walked out, and later they reconciled, and he was let go. without any kind of proper investigation. Fortunately, he was able to restore his reputation. Is doing very well in his position right now in the entertainment PR world. But this woman knew how to get attention, and even though she falsely accused him, and never really admitted that she did, and she just never went forward to it after the initial stage, which I guess maybe she realized, it was very weak, and she went off on her merry way, and I don't know where she wound up. Maybe she managed to use, her ability to be a self-promoter to advance to a position she was not qualified for, which is quite common in entertainment PR. But on the other hand, what it did to his life, and I'm very happy that he did not harm himself in any way during that. But me and some other folks tried to be as supportive as we could. But it was just so.
It's a slippery slope, because due process.
See someone use this.
Due process can't be thrown out with the bathwater. It's very troubling. I think back, and I'll try and clip this story so that it doesn't become indecent, but this goes back to 1981, I want to say, and I was an executive at Merrill Lynch, and I had, for the first time, a big talk show fan before I went to radio, I'd been listening to Dr. Ruth on a Sunday night. In fact, driving to meet some students of mine. This is when I ran a training school at Merrill and meeting some students coming from out of town. And Dr. Ruth, and I'm going to keep it simple. It is humorous, but I'll keep it simple without getting into details. She was educating a woman on how best to pleasure her husband, and she used the honest-to-God example of an ice cream cone sprinkles. So I came in the morning at my staff meeting that day, and I thought it was hysterical, and I told the story. And it was a little more graphic in the telling, but we were all adults, men and women, there were vice presidents who reported to me. And next day, their response, and it was funny, they all brought me little rubber ice cream cone erasers. Now, quite frankly, if someone were to tell that story today about something I did in 1980, which I just disclosed, it was hysterical. By the way, where they said, well, I tell you, must practice now, gets ice cream cone, gets the sprinkles. If you take care of a man like you do the sprinkles, you'll do well. Well, it was hysterical, and I just quoted something that went on the radio. If I was on terrestrial, my boss would probably smack me now. But what I'm saying is, that story told among several adults, I could never tell it now, number one, and number two, it would sound horrendous today if someone recounted that story.
Now, exactly.
And now, so what do you do about that?
Well, you gotta have the 7-second delay on.
No, but I don't.
You just don't tell a story like that because of the repercussions of what could happen.
Well, my favorite.
All you need, like in a classroom, all you need is one student. All you need is one student to go and complain, and it could be your career. So I have a 10-second delay on.
No, but what I'm saying is, but of course I use it now in a year, although I can tell the second story that was funny. It was a very funny event. But what I'm saying is, what would give someone the right to talk about something that happened in 1980 that was done among adults, men and women, all treated the same? And I'm not defending it in retrospect. It was funny as hell, and they were all in on it and sent me little ice cream cones. But I shouldn't be judged on something I did in another time, in another context.
Mm-hmm.
Well, of course I do. Well, the best part. I do good at, we may as well have a little bit.
There are skeletons in everybody's closet.
Well, of course.
That can come out and be taken out of context.
Well, I can give you one story that wasn't. I didn't do that story in detail for obvious reasons, okay? Because even though the FCC doesn't control what I do here, I wanted to be respectful for people who may have family at home. But this next story I can tell. And it was the same night. I almost drove off the road. So Dr. Ruth says, "You're on the air." And this guy says, "Hello, Dr. Ruth. I live on a farm up in Fainstock, New York, and I have a problem." She goes, "Tell me something. Do you have sexual fantasies about the animals? Yes?" And he goes, "Yes, doctor, I do." And she says, "Tell me something. Do you have a girlfriend?" "Yes, I do." "Don't tell her." She may be fearful that you act out some of your fantasies on her. Anyway, it was the same night, and I told both stories. But the reason I bring that up is I was trying to think, what have I ever done That would be, and that was probably as bad as it is. And but I've always been respectful. Whenever particularly a woman says, I don't like that kind of humor, I shut up. I've always stayed on the good side of the law. But still, I don't think we should be judging people. Now, we should judge them if they sexually abuse someone, if they rape someone, if they touched them, or if they didn't listen to the word, that's inappropriate. But because I think there's another whole issue here. How isn't it misogynistic to leave a woman out of a story that all people are sharing because she's a woman?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could be a concern. I'm choosing my words.
I'm putting you in a tough spot. But see, as it relates to the press, of course, I chipped a story that I didn't have to. I chopped up the original story. Funny as hell. I wouldn't tell it on the air even now. But even though the FCC doesn't control this, but do you know that no one wants to go and do humor on a college campus anymore? Heaven forbid.
Yeah, there is a big concern about folks going on college campuses and the reaction that people could have. I was just reading a law review article about the current climate and the effect it is having on campus speech and the long-term effects, and it's quite concerning.
It should be concerning. We are killing free speech. Another thing we're killing art. And the example I always use, do you remember there was this big brouhaha because in The Honeymooners, Jackie Gleason would say, bang, zoom. Now, what anyone who doesn't have any appreciation for art wouldn't understand, and I don't mean this as a criticism because a lot of people don't, is that whole dynamic is capturing an emotion. Not that he's really going to kid her. That is the artistic method of showing the emotion. If I'd like to punch you right in the nose, of course he's not going to do it. There's no easy answer because people are people and they deal with the gut before they deal with the head. But artists are going to have a hard time too in this day and age. Not going to be able to write anything metaphorical anymore.
Yeah, you have to be careful of your images and your comparisons.
Oh God!
That people could misinterpret.
Yeah, well, but you're supposed to misinterpret art if you don't get it. I mean, that's the whole point of it.
Yeah, that's why I never took art appreciation.
Yeah, well, that's something that I do. 9:42. Okay, before we go, I wanted to ask you about this. In terms of the press, what Fox News now gets worse and worse and worse to the point where its anchors are quitting. Its prime time is filled, and MSNBC has their people too. But Fox right now in defending the president has three people almost right in a row. Tucker Carlson, one of the people destroying my profession, Laura Ingraham, and the guy who's already destroyed it when it comes to the truth, but he's a great broadcaster, Sean Hannity. Where do they get the brass gabunkies to put three people like that with no connection to the truth on the air?
It's called rating, share, and advertising money. They know they have an audience that is going to tune in regularly and patronize the advertisers who are there, and they're going to make money, and that's the bottom line over there. It's interesting that I ran into a former student who was working there at the same location as I discussed before, previous night. Not that I hang out there or anything, it just happened to
I understand.
It's right around the block from me. But, he came over me. I don't know if you remember me, and that kind of always gives me the warm fuzzies when somebody has very positive comments to say. And he did remember specific stuff from media law and ethics. And he said how in his discussions with his colleagues, he brings up the ethical decision-making process that we talked about, and it helps him. But he says, there's many times where they sit around and they have a problem with some of these stories and the whole perspective over there. But hey, right now, I need the job. I can't move on right now.
Yeah.
So Friday night, I happened to be upstate, and at my little country estate, and I did, thinking that you would ask me about this, I did try to make it through the Fox lineup.
You did try to make it through to the Fox lineup. It's impossible.
No, of course, you're dealing with someone who, at the tender age of 18, was in a holy Catholic seminary in a novitiate during the Vietnam War, and we went to chapel 12 times a day. We had a fast and that. So that, after that, there's nothing you can really do that is going to humiliate me. And no, nobody made me do it, and I'm happy of those days of what I did. It made me upset, but I kind of give that as an example of the fasting and all that stuff, and getting down on your knees, putting your all kind of crazy stuff that I've described to you. You would just go, what?
Well, no, I get it. I went to Catholic everything.
And that was the way they trained us in those days. So, with that in mind, I kind of made it through, but I had to keep switching to something else because I just could not tolerate listening to it. And the same thing that you bring up, how could people listen to this? Well, they do, because they are saying what they want to hear. And today, one of the elements in evaluating news coverage and the news values and stuff, people going to the voice that they want. Now, meanwhile, there was an article the other day about the Johnson impeachment trials and a partisan press at the time.
I read that.
Well, it just so happened I was down in Chattanooga, Tennessee, for the Journalism History Conference I go to, and we discussed the 19th century press. So in the beginning, it was strictly a partisan press. Along comes the penny press, more independent crusading journalists, yet they still have an agenda. They're still going to be on either one side or the other, or you try to walk the middle of the road. And you even had one Horace Greeley that ran for president. So even going into the Johnson impeachment time, the strict partisan press did not have the influence that it did in the 1820s or 1830s. You had more stronger independent press, particularly here in the New York City area. We had up to 9 daily newspapers. But you still had a strong partisan press, particularly in Washington. And what was left of the national newspapers, the Intelligencer and the Gazette, they had pretty much faded, but there were still party-sponsored organs that did have a significant influence. But we don't think that the Republican Party is funding Fox News.
Do you know what? I'll tell you what bothers me.
MSNBC or CNN.
I'll tell you what bothers me.
But the partisan influence is so strong. That, as Hamilton said, the partisan dominance getting in the way of determining guilt or innocence.
Well, very true. But see, here's what bothers me. I like, and I say this all the time, and when I was in corporate America, I used to explain to my direct reports, they'd say, Bob, that guy's BSing you. And I'd say, yes, but at least he's doing it. He's showing respect by making up a good story. The problem that I have with Laura Ingraham and those types is they will actually point to the sun and say, look, that's a snowball. And I want to bang my head against the wall. Whereas I just want to see the left is more clever. The left is just as partisan, except they'll put a spin on a fact. Whereas the right tends to, or at least Fox will create whole new facts out of whole cloth. I mean, I call it the Kellyanne. In fact, I kidded today with the weather. I pretended I was Kellyanne Conway doing the weather. There's no such thing as temperature. It's a hoax. Anyway, I don't know how, but I guess it's always been thus, or is it different than it's ever been, Professor, in summary?
Yeah, we are in a whole new age of president and the press relationships. Because of the medium of the new media and the 24-hour news cycle and news coverage on cable outlets that we didn't have before, that allows a all-news format to be successful. We're in a new age, and when you're in the middle of it, the digital age, you can't really figure out what is going on. You do not have the advantage of history looking back and saying this is what happened in 2019 and 20. We are in the middle of it. The parallel I give to students, and which is an exam question, by the way, or I already gave the exam question, so I'm not going to go away, comparing people in the Gutenberg era and the influence of the printing press, where people couldn't even read, a lot of people, but if you were able to read and were able to write, then you were able to
the word will come to you, Tom.
There's a student outside the door. I have to advise here. Of course, me and advisement.
Well, advise them to not knock.
Right. But
when you're in the middle of it, did people really realize what was going on? The how that technology was influencing their lives. And so, the whole idea of technological determinism, that technology changes history, well, yes, but it is an element to that. So we're in the middle of this change in our whole system of news and journalism, influenced by this technology, and we really don't realize what it's doing to our lives.
Well, we're going to be interested to look back. Before we let you get to your student, and just to be fair, I felt the same way during the 60s when there were these hard left programs on stations like WBAI, and they really mimicked it well in the movie Network. I'm with the revolutionary expeditionary guard for the righteousness of the abused and the oppressor, and then they do some show about some guy that shot a cop 5 times and justified it because he had a blue shirt on, and I'd have to listen to that bullshit. And I thought it was over then, and now I see it on Fox, and it drives me out of my skull.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to watch.
Professor, thank you.
But there are folks who sit and watch it and love it.
Yeah, I know.
And they have the First Amendment right to do that.
Yes, they do, and it's perfectly okay. And it's, well, as I tell you what I've done, you've made me a convert. I say more is better no matter how stilted it is. Professor Jack Breslin, thank you very much. Tend to your student, and we'll talk again next week.
Yes, the remedy is not less speech,
but more speech. You've taught me that very well.
That is Don Gilmore.
When do I get my certificate?
First Amendment scholar Don Gilmore. He said that, I mean.
When do I get my certificate?
I agree.
All right, thank you so much. All righty, we're going to take just a few second break here. Just a few second break. I want to introduce you to someone who was a friend, someone whom I work with and who's done something extraordinary. If my computer would actually work. There we go. Chris, do you remember this man who's sitting to your left? It goes back to our early days at our old radio station. All right, just to reset, it's 9:51. You are listening to Radio Westchester. We are the radio station at the train station. We're opened up like a clam. All windows are open. You can see what we do here. This is Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am Bob Marrone. It is 38. Chris, what's the temperature right now anyway?
Some say 38, some say 39. There's a debate going on.
Because you can't read, but it's about that getting up to 40 today. We have a mixture of sun and clouds. And before we go, we want to say hello and then goodbye. We've got about 10 minutes to do it to a dear friend and someone who's doing wonderful work. We always hear talk about the plight of the homeless, the plight of people with drugs. And I met this man now maybe 10 years ago when he was at the head of a startup to help people with mental illness and homelessness and get them off the street and get them some help. And he had a handful of staff, and he had been, I forget why he was doing what he was doing, but we invited him to come into WVOX, my old haunt. And he came on the show, and then he had his own show, and he has built, and now full disclosure, I'm on the board, and I'm proud to be on the board. But he has built the organization. They have a facility right here in town, Choice, down off North Avenue, all the way down by Pelham. And they now have main offices up in White Plains, and they have other satellite offices elsewhere. Please welcome, without further ado, the Chief Executive Officer of Choice, Guy Fessenden. Hi, Guy.
Good morning, Bob.
This is how we met. It's like going full circle.
It is, but I got to correct you on one thing.
What?
Not the CEO. I will never be the CEO.
Oh, executive director. That's right.
Before I become CEO. Because CEOs care about business and care about financial results and care about a bottom line.
Excuse me a minute.
And we don't. We care about people.
Chris, don't enjoy him putting in my place so much. How dare you?
That was so well said. I had a tear in my eye.
Well, you're right, and I that's a bad habit, because I know you're after all, I'm on the board, I know you're the executive director, but that is a good point.
Right.
But you've done...
And everybody has changed. All the executive directors have changed to be CEOs, because now we have to negotiate with insurance companies. We have to come in with business titles and business suits, and we have to get up 10 minutes early in the morning to learn how to tie a tie before we go in and negotiate these big things. And it's all, as you said before, bullshit.
Yeah.
We're here to help people. Let's help people.
And you've been doing that for a while. How? And I ask you this all the time, off air, of course. How did you manage? I mean, I guess the need was out there, but you had a hand. How many people when I met you were
11.
part of Choice? 11.
Yeah.
And how many are there now? How many facilities?
There's 116 people that are primarily located in our New Rochelle facility at 71 North Avenue, our White Plains offices, which are 200 East Post Road, and then we just recently moved up to Peekskill, because as you go further north in Westchester, services start to become more and more scarce. So we thought if we're going to achieve our mission of helping as many people as possible who really need and want our help, then we should go where the least amount of services are.
Do you know one of the first things I learned when I joined your board is that you don't call them patients or you don't call them homeless, you call them clients. It's great. It's a remarkable term. How many are you now servicing?
Well, when I started, we were helping about 120 people a month, and now we're at about 2,300.
That's terrific.
It's unfortunate.
But it's terrific that you're providing the help.
Yeah.
But how?
But we are funded by the government, which is
I know that.
awesome, because they recognize that government isn't going to be efficient, government isn't going to be quick, but there are other ways that they can redirect some funding to organizations that will help people, as we do, to be able to partner with them to be able to negotiate a really hard system.
And what I've also observed, and this is being on your board, is they make sure that the proper strings are attached to the money. There are rigorous processes they put you through, and of course you put us through the. We have to go through our training for
compliance.
Go through compliance training. And
all these rules that are created, not for the 99% of the people that do things the right way, but you have to spend a fortune to prove that you're not the 1% of people that do things the wrong way.
My news is filled with stories of people who run nonprofits and they're skimming all the money at the top, and it's not getting to the people.
And we pay the tax for that.
Yes, absolutely we do. How big reasonably do you think you can get before scope becomes a problem, before you have the problem of too big?
Well, it's not too big as long as you have the right people in place.
And the staff.
Because we're a people business. What we do is we do case management. So we don't actually do anything. We get people to the right place and we make sure that they get the right answer. So as long as you have good people and a good infrastructure and the right supports and supervisors and the right decision making at each particular location, then you can scale as far as you want. You don't have to say that I have a diner and therefore I can only be in one location, when I could be TGI Fridays, and with the right organizational structure, I could be everywhere.
Now, I was thinking that. It's almost like McDonald's. As long as the McDonald's is set up properly regionally, you can service that market, if you will, for your clients. I know it's a personal story, but you can touch on it if you don't mind. Why do this? You were a successful businessman before, and then you left that kind of business. You took a jog around the whole country, and then you come out of your jog. Just like Forrest Gump. It's incredible stuff.
I started as Tom Hanks in Forrest Gump, and I finished as Tom Hanks in, what was the movie where he was on the island?
Castaway.
Castaway. I'm just running down the street talking to a volleyball.
Why did you do this? What motivated you to get into this profession and run this organization?
So before I'm anything else, I'm a dad. Yes. And I have 3 adult children now. And my oldest is Suzanne, who's a wonderful kid. And, well, she's not a kid now. She's 37 in a couple of days. But somebody who I really love and admire. And at 16, she was diagnosed with schizophrenia. And she lived with that for 3 years without telling anyone. She was losing cognitive ability because the voices were getting louder and louder, weren't medicated, weren't being attended to. She had to relearn the alphabet with sidewalk chalk. I mean, it was very sad to see, but she wouldn't talk about it because she didn't want to be thought of as crazy. She wouldn't even tell her parents. And the voices in her head were telling her that she was ugly and she was stupid and she was unlovable and that she should die.
I know that
after
feeling.
3 years of that, she decided they were right. because of the relentlessness of it. And she was going to throw herself in front of the Scarsdale train. She left a note and she said her goodbyes, and that's what we caught her and led to her first hospitalization. Now, you might say as parents, how could we possibly miss this boat? But as her parents, we were taking her to doctors all the time, every week, trying to figure out what was going on. And after things got a little bit more stable, and she had 22 hospitalizations.
Oh my God!
Over the course of 10 years. One was 2.5 years. I got to see a lot of different people just like her, and how they were treated and how they were minimized and spoken down to and avoided just because they might look different or talk different. And you want to talk about big media and the CNNs and the MSNBCs, they create this problem by refusing to talk about the other side of mental health. They won't do it. Because it gets eyeballs when somebody is shooting up school, that they get to demonize mental health, mental illness, and not necessarily present the other side of it that says somebody's 15 times more likely to be the victim of a crime than the perpetrator of a crime. But anyway, so I wanted to do something for my daughter, Suzanne, and I decided that I have a limited skill set, but one of the few things God gave me that I'm good at is the ability to put one foot in front of the other and not stop. So I ran 100 marathons in 140 days, went across the United States to speak about the stigma of mental health. And when I finished, I thought I was just going to do a 5-month run. And in reality, what I realized as I was doing this was that I was committed to this, and I really wanted to help the people in a personal way. I was very blessed to find a job with Choice of New Rochelle, and be able to go out and do something that could directly impact the quality of people's lives, which is what we do every day.
Well, this is how we met, and we talked about it on the air. And as you know, my plans as we, right after our grand opening, we'll be adding our other daily shows and weekly shows, and one of them will be a reprise. We will have your people on. We'll talk about what you do. We'll talk about specific cases, and because a lot of people go, what are we going to do about the homeless? What are we going to do about the mentally ill? There are places that are doing it, and I notice you have other members of your board that are engaged in this profession, and it's a wonderful thing to see. So
when we moved in, can I?
Yes, no, please do.
When we moved into our new building, our neighbors poured acid.
The one in New Rochelle, yeah, I remember that.
Because they didn't want us to be there because of all of the horrible things.
There never been one problem.
One problem. But at the same time that they were complaining to us about how dare you move in and how dare you be close to a school and how dare you look at our kids and how dare you do all this stuff, they also said, what are we going to do about this increasing homeless problem?
Well, yes, it's true. But now they've become your neighbors are very comfortable with you. Everything has worked out fine. But we knew that would be the case. But I want to thank you for popping in. We'll spend some time after the show. But Choice, folks, Choice of New Rochelle is now Choice, and it serves Westchester County and many different cities and probably more. And we haven't named the show yet. We'll probably just call it Choice, but we will be bringing them back. And as you see, we're moving forward. We've got Aging Issues Radio now, a Choice. We have a show that we're developing on the evolution of the Holocaust. Pothockey.com. We have a first surprise guest signed up for that maiden show, and we continue to expand our programs. I want to thank you for listening today. Guy Fessenden, thank you very, very much. You'll be hearing more from him and his team. Chris Conway, we have to deliver the weather one more time, so that is on you. Hold on, I put the wrong button up. What am I doing here? Oh, there I am. The button's behind me. There you go. Do your thing.
It is all the way up to 41 degrees. Well, it feels like Aruba outside.
Don't bring Aruba up, because I will sabotage his airplane. To call it a day. He keeps calling every day to tell us he's in Aruba. Go ahead.
It'll get up to about 48 degrees today. Sun and clouds throughout the day. Tonight, mostly cloudy. Temperatures in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, mid-40s, mostly cloudy. Thursday, the best day of the week, 50 degrees and sunny skies. For Radio Westchester and the weather. Oh, I have to tell you that weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. It's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And I am Chris
Thank you
Conway for
very
Radio
much,
Westchester.
Chris Conway. A good job today. You'll be getting more and more news and weather and traffic and nonsense from Chris, because that's what he's here for. Today's program has also been supported by Aging Issues Management, the law firm of Payne and Con, Dominic Cigars and Plug-in Virtual Reality, also offering at United Hebrew of New Rochelle, the top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.com. And I want to thank the guests today. Great plethora of guests, and we'll do it backwards. Meanwhile, I just covered them up. Of course, Guy Fessenden from Choice has stopped in. You'll be hearing a lot more from him and his team. Professor Jack Breslin, A.J. Woodson, the editor-in-chief of Black Westchester Magazine. Del Husler, he is from the Yonkers Insider. Mike Duffy, our go-to defense attorney and former cop and detective on the beat. Mike Edelman. And, of course, we want to shout out to Tom from Pelham, who is flying home from Aruba after torturing us each day with his stories from 85-degree weather, and I'm at the beach and they're shooting models. We can't wait until he comes back, because we're going to shoot him. I want to thank everybody for listening. We are live here at the train station tomorrow. We have a good show for you planned as well. Harlan Ullman is with us. He will be with us tomorrow. So too will Professor Jeannie Zano, the professor of politics, as you know, at Iona. She's also a presidential historian. Thank you very much for listening, and that pretty much slams the lid on it today. I'm Bob Marrone. Thank you so much.